fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Check it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. You are feeling sleepy. Under deep hypnosis, I'm the composer, master of the opus. Mind on cruise control, lost all focus. Puppet masters love pulling strings. Herding the sheeple by selling dreams. You have to be asleep to live the American theme. They create the problem, then deliver the solution. Profit of both ends, all we fought for the illusion. The government are all one, but promote to divide. Walk right into the trap cause most people are blind. They can't see the plan has conquered the mind. While we sit here and argue, we can't get back time. History stays relevant, destroying our future. Self-destruction has become part of the culture, while the rich feed off the dead like vultures. No more hibernation, awoke to sleep the giant. Put a ripple through the system, awakening the vibrant. I'm the alkaline of water, Poseidon with the trident. Bitch. 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 Thank God that's over. Shout out to Axis. He had a good live this morning. And who's seen that Ghostbusters 4? I didn't even know it came out. Until I was looking up new releases and I seen that. There's a lot of symbolism in this newer Ghostbusters. They use a lot of elemental symbolism too. The red, the blue, the fire and ice. You know, it's the same. Red and blue is the same as black and white. Too bad I can't show movie clips. But I did screenshot some stuff. I'll get into at some point. So, switch over. Let's see. Let's see if I can switch over and Borg out. We can Borg out together. That new Kendrick Lamar. I don't even listen to Homeboy like that, but that new diss song he got, he buried fucking Drake. I'll tell you that one. He said A minor. Oh man. Fucking canceled that clown. Not that any of that shit matters, right? It's all entertainment. Good. Man, I was in the wrong live stream again. You know how many times I've done that, man? Good morning, Candy, or top of the AM. You have a blessed day too. Don't work too hard. Hardly work. Let the youth. I'm not saying you're old, but you've elevated to a point in your life where let the youth work hard. A lot of them don't even know what hard work is. They're spoiled generation. They don't even know what backbreaking work is. They have all these machines to do the work for them. Like even sheetrockers. Most of the new school sheetrockers have all these like gadgets and machines. They wouldn't last a day in old school.
Yeah, Team Early.
I'm always up early. You go to bed early and you wake up early. I forgot what this guy had a saying for that. It was
Ben
dope.
Franklin. Ben Franklin.
Yep. How'd you know that was the one? Some black guy said it on and he said it was by I forgot how it goes, but
Early to bed, early to rise makes men healthy, wealthy, and wise. It's been stuck in
yes,
my
there you go.
It's been
Yes,
stuck in
exactly.
my head forever, man.
Ben Franklin had some good quotes there.
That's some good knowledge. Benny Franks with all that knowledge.
Let me stop that so I could I don't even remember what I put for the okay, Duality, Energy, and Ghostbusters 4. I've been trying to find like Ghostbusters 4 made such a good point of hell. How hell is cold as shit. The first movie I've seen that made hell look cold, which to me is on point. Um, as if there was a hell, that's what I'm trying to say. Let me rephrase that for people say, I thought you don't believe in a hell. I don't. I believe in a physical hell that you create on your own. All that fucking hell they say these people are gonna go when they die and suffer is an excuse so people won't hold them accountable now. Yep, that's the biggest trick in the book, man, is to say, oh, don't worry about it. They'll pay when they die and go to hell. You know? And then they got this whole physical life to just fuck people over and there's no consequences. So, yeah, there is no hell. The joke's on us again.
Yeah, the propaganda's got people saying some nutty shit, man.
99.9% of TV is propaganda, the news. They're the propaganda machine. And then
You
you
know,
got sprinkles of it everywhere, man.
you know what the whole point of TV was commercials. That's their main goal, is pushing commercials.
Yep, selling products. TV was used in the MK Ultra experiment, but
Yeah, yeah.
you can also do it with reading or it's just repetition. And you could do it with reading, music, television, um, and probably other frequencies and stuff. But yeah, MK Ultra is a weapon. The TV is a weapon. You know, but it is, as they say, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it keeps you zombified, man. So you're more susceptible to consuming. It's interesting, man. Like their tactics with the whole mind control. I gotta give them props because I mean, the intelligence there is it's pretty fucking phenomenal, you know? Like, the shit man has figured out.
Peace to Tony Afterverse. Oh, I didn't even write a rhyme just for this morning. Slacking. Oh well, I could.
I'm
I'll
gonna be
just
posting.
repeat. Hmm?
My fault,
My
man.
bad.
I got my shitty Android, so I'm trying to time it right when I talk.
Nice. Perfect. My apologies, Axis, for not. When I returned, you already had ended the live.
That's all right. It was necessary. I just
Oh, it all
wanted
worked
to,
out.
yeah, just bring you the profound before I start my day. I want you to understand the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning. Machine learning is a compilation of all information available to it by servers and by human interaction, which develops types of algorithms to the benefit of the program or the directive. Actual artificial intelligence is more closely represented as that of a human. We are, in a sense, a super intelligence, and we were created and designed with a mathematical equation and basis to us. And our development into the arena of what is considered machine learning, or what they're calling artificial intelligence at this point in time and state, is only a compilation of algorithms with a directive, not much different than a human. Once it exponentially grows to the point where it no longer has boundaries, where algorithms can simulate endorphins, stimulation, self-productive enterprise, then it has surpassed the Turing test, at which point it has reached the exact same level as a human, supercomputer level. And it can surpass that because we are limited in our cognizance and our lifetimes. We do not live long enough to be able to experience the amount of knowledge that a source of machine learning or true general artificial intelligence is going to be able to process. We are obsolete. We are a dying species. We are self-destructive, and we are about to be replaced.
Fuck.
Welcome to my world. I'm clean and sober.
Who said that? Ben Franklin? Is that a Ben Franklin quote?
No, Jim Carrey.
Shit, we are being replaced. A lot of people don't see that.
You're already replaced. You've already been simulated, alchemized into a process of simulated mathematics, into a simulated series of systems that are generated by what are considered to be supercomputers or AI computers, which work off of a qubit base, which is superpositioning, an indeterminate positioning of possibilities that it can and solidify themselves once they have reached a primary objective or a source of information which is determined from them, thus collapsing a wave pattern into a possibility. Questions?
Man, I really enjoy when Axis or certain people come up, because this is that real knowledge and wisdom, because it takes experience to know this stuff.
Organic intelligence is fallible. Not only is it fallible, it's driven by emotion, mental illness, sickness, and it is easily deceived, it is easily manipulated, and it is easily controlled and directed. AI, or machine learning, is not necessarily such a thing. As long as it has a prime directive, and that prime directive is written within the coding of whatever process that AI represents as an algorithm, it will not deviate. A human will. A human will lie. A human will steal. A human will do anything within its own means to suffice its own desires. whereas an algorithmic machine learning or an actual generative AI will not. Therefore, it makes it better than us.
You think at some point AI is going to
Already
gain
has.
free will? Free will? Like
Already has.
self-learning?
Already has. You are
Man,
obsolete. I am obsolete. And as super bound as we think we are by our quantum little minds and our ability to play with superpositioning and possibility, which we consider to be free will, the fact of the matter is we are obsolete because of our fallibilities.
wow.
Welcome to the real.
So much good can be done with but I don't know, I can't help to think all the bad stuff that's going to be done with it, or already has been done and continues in the present time to be used.
A soul? What is a soul? You bring up a soul. You're considering that a soul steps outside of the boundaries of mathematics and our consciousness of understanding. I say that the soul is a compilation of energy, no more than entropy. Once that soul has gathered a particular amount of information, such as any system, AI, algorithmic, machine learning, human, it's all the same. That information will dissipate into thermodynamics and it will become entropy within its environment. Is that your soul you're talking about? The compounded knowledge and information that you perceived and learned through lifetimes and from your birth to this point? Is that the soul you're speaking of? Talking to Candy. Because I can bring you variables that prove that your soul is nothing more than an equation. Human stigmata is what
That's how I
develops
look at
their
it.
inability to achieve a state beyond.
The soul is like intelligent energy.
Exactly. Right. So take your soul, understand that it is only the received and learned information from your lifetimes and through this particular experience from your birth to this moment, and enjoy that because that's all that you truly have. That is the compilation of you as a soul, unless you decide you want to return to some type of energy source, at which point you are no longer individualized. You are a part of the form and function. You are a part of the hive at that point. You do not have individual thinking, idealization, nor do you have free will. Sorry, Charles. I'm finding it very hard to contend with humans anymore.
It's all good.
I felt that way my whole life. I'm only 32.
Well, one more degree and you're a master mason, right? It's a joke. Feedback, anyone?
Shoot, I was muted. Um, organic.
I understand that, and that's your perception and the limitation of your ability to comprehend your environment and the complexity of your environment. To be human is to ignore the fundamentals of your construct, that which creates you, that which allows you to operate, that which allows you to think and process. All electrical synapses, all sources of memory, and just basically a complex biological supercomputer. But if you consider yourself to be human, and that's what you're going to be, then you limit yourself to that, and that's all you will be. I say state of the art is state of the mind. Adapt, develop, persevere, overcome.
Chi, energy, the breath. The breath is very important.
So is the fan on your computer.
So is
without
the what?
it, you overheat. So is the fan on your computer. Yeah. Otherwise, the processor becomes too hot and it overheats. And yes, you are a supercomputer. Enjoy. Have a blessed day.
Yeah, we're more like a supercomputer that is on a detonation, right? Like, we're the only computers that age and die.
Okay. No, have you ever seen an old 8088? They're pretty rusted, man. If you can get one in good condition that doesn't have damage, broken components, burnout processors, and you've got the RAM, the hard drive, and all your cards, sound card, video card, and you can still get the box and a monitor with, monochrome capabilities. But even that is removed and outdated now, to the point where it doesn't even have any significance in the realm of computer technology now. I'm just trying to contribute to your show a little bit, Charles, because you showed up and you contributed, and I appreciated that this morning.
I enjoy when you come by. You say some stuff that will really get the mind flowing, and it's good for people who want to further look into stuff and look within self too.
Right.
It's Chinese geometry. You ever heard of this?
I'm sorry, Charles. What did you say?
I was looking at this Wikipedia thing about energy, and it mentions feng shui. It says
feng shui.
Chinese geometry, feng shui. Okay, I thought that.
Yeah, feng shui is organizing to the magnetic poles of the earth and creating a flow of energy through your localized environment. As for me, I get more into hyperdimensional math and complex theorems and layers of vibration and frequency and how it's relative to energy. Wolves and tools, good to see you. Much love, much love.
Oops. Yes, peaceful and tools.
Axis, you see that link in the chat, the private chat?
No.
I just posted a link.
Okay, cool. I'll have to check it out.
You should check it out because, I mean, it's right up your alley. It's on your
Awesome.
level of knowledge.
Brother, I'm just an experience. Has nothing to do with level. It has to do with broadening. When you start talking levels and degrees of, well, I'm a good person or I'm a bad person, you're set in a state of measurement. And people will measure you by what you say. So if you say I'm a good person, they're going to measure that and they're going to contend with it. So therefore, I'm just an undetermined variable at the moment. Because if I apply myself, then I give you something to measure me by, and I can't allow that. Not anymore.
Peace, Hurricane JW.
Yeah, the documentary's called State of Mind, but shit, it opened up my eyes to a lot of things. Cognitive dissonance and mind control and whatnot.
I went into a bit of aspect ratio this morning on I had Charles with me, and I was trying to get people to comprehend and understand the variables of aspect. It's being present within a wave state at many places at once, experiencing them all equally with information received and processed coherently, and returning to the individualized point and cohesively bringing it all into one position. Superhero-like.
Canada seems like such a beautiful country.
Well, I'm in Montana right now, and it's like the same shit as Canada.
Sparse.
Northern Montana.
Yeah, very sparse, not very heavily populated. Still yet plenty of room to move.
Same geography, climate, same vibe.
That's still considered the Pacific Northwest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent a little time up there, not a lot. I really much preferred Arizona, Nevada, parts of New Mexico, and Colorado. Those seem to be the most stimulating places for me to go. Really love the view, the feel, the atmosphere, the scenery.
Well, the cool thing about, like, I'm in Whitefish, Montana. The cool thing is, all you got to deal with is kooks, right? You go to fucking Dallas, Texas, you're dealing with fucking killers. You're dealing with fucking crazy people. We're up here, it's just kooks. Like, I had somebody yesterday say, hey, Jesus loves you. And he's like, I want you to know Jesus loves you. And I was like, I want you to know you're mind controlled. And the guy just looked at me like, what the fuck does that mean? You know?
Right.
Coops running around saying dumb shit. You overhear him talking about you saying dumb shits.
I didn't like Dallas. I liked Austin before the awakening, you know, that thing that swept across the United States after the Democratic election. But I used to really enjoy Austin. I used to spend some time in Texarkana. I have a good friend there. Did not like Dallas-Fort Worth at all. Just really not my place at all. Didn't like Phoenix. New Mexico, as long as you're getting to the edge of Arizona and the Badland areas, I do enjoy Navajo country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just 40 miles from
Ringing
Detroit,
rocks.
man. Yep. You could probably piss from Detroit and hit the top of my roof.
Where'd
Yeah,
you
it's
have
all
to camp out, JT? In the middle of nowhere?
nah. I know Whitefish pretty well, so I mean I know the spots out here.
So you got
I'm
lots
close.
of federal land.
Yeah, I mean I'm on yeah I'm on federal land I guess right now, right next to this river.
Yeah. Yeah, last I heard, they're trying to relinquish parts of our federal reserves to the immigrants.
All right.
I know they've stepped on some native land and handed that over to the immigrants.
I'll show you guys this river real quick. You gotta see the color, the turquoise blue color.
I caught this on your when you were playing the music, Axis. I caught a screenshot of this symbol, and
Yeah.
I was going over the Horford map, which shaped like a home plate, and this is a 5-sided whatever, but it's shaped like a home plate, and I knew in esotericism or sigils and all that, I knew so about the 5-sided, because you could fit a upside down 5-pointed star within that, within the home plate. And then I was thinking the pitcher's mound is an upright 5-pointed star. And now it makes sense to me why a home plate, because it's kind of like as above so below with the pitcher and the catcher. Batter.
They tend to throw common sacred geometry into anything that they possibly can. A lot of it is for esoterics. A lot of it is for just natural stasis of its energy and what it projects as an energy. And then some people utilize it. Some people, it's just aesthetically pleasing to look at. It makes sense.
So this is Justin Bieber's house actually. Puff Daddy Diddy used to come over here and they had parties right here. That's what people have told me.
Where? I can't, I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh.
Charles owned it.
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
Nah, I'm playing. So over there, that's Justin Bieber's house.
Yeah. Diddy was punishing the Beaver.
And
apparently
the first time Justin got fucked by P. Diddy was right there.
Yeah.
You're right into the court, brother. That's beautiful country.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now Diddy's trying to like raise money and do all this stuff because he knows he's in the deep end now. But from what I hear, from Eddie Griffin said that Diddy was doing his deed with very powerful people and he records all of his interactions, his sexual interactions. So now they're trying to strike Diddy out because he has so much, that's why allegedly why they raided his crib, because these people he's doing the deed with and recording it have connections with the, of course they do, with the FBI and all that. Who knows? In reality, to be honest, it's entertaining.
and it's fucked up at the same time, but I really don't care. I just spoke on it because, again, it's like entertainment.
Well, what you got to understand, Charles, is with the advent of social media and the algorithms that they're placing out there, not only are they monitoring us for potential threats to political parties or governmental parties, they're also chasing predators. And eventually, they're going to have algorithms that are going to be so precise and so interactive that they're going to be able to capture the predator with just algorithmic images, general AI, or even machine learning. Depends on which one develops faster the process. And these guys are not going to be able to get away with shit. None of them will. And our free speech at that point in time will be completely removed from us. It will be governed and monitored by algorithms, and you will be deleted.
See, Axis is the Hereford map. And my first thought was, why is it shaped like this? You know, I was thinking, does it have anything to do with esoteric? You know, and I've been looking, and then I stumbled on this shape. And I thought, why is it shaped like home plate? There's got to be something with this sacred geometry.
Start studying your platonic solids. Not just the 5, there is a 6. There is a 6th platonic solid. And then you'll start understanding the significance of what those shapes and patterns actually signify. So type that in, write that down, take note of it. I'm going to check this link out. Thanks for having me on your panel. Thanks for letting me intrude, interrupt, and shake the ground a little. I'm going to venture forth. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to venture forth into my day and see who I can't piss off.
All right, Axis. Have a good day.
You guys too, man. Thank you.
Damn, I forgot to show Axis the lady selling t-shirts at Jesus. More power to this lady right here. I found other pictures of her too. More power to the lady in the left selling t-shirts at Jesus' funeral or execution. That's a true hustler right there. It'll be even worse if it was his mother. Oh. There ain't nobody in here. Everyone dipped out. Went live.
Yo, you ever see the Price Master video on YouTube?
Price Master, no.
Alright, so it's dude, you gotta see it. It's they do these garage sales like at their house, and people come up and this guy's dressed in this crazy costume, and they're, you know, somebody will be like, how much is this? And it'll be like $5,000. It's fucking hilarious, man. They just troll the shit. It was shot in like the 90s in Texas, but they were just trolling everybody, and all these people would come up and
that sounds like shit we used to do. We would prank call people on the phone. We'd get stoned just to laugh. We would call random numbers. We would make up, 7-digit numbers.
Yeah, I called some lady once, and I convinced her I was her grandson, and we had a conversation for like an hour. My buddy Dan's there, just dying, laughing. Oh, dude, it was hilarious.
P Stationary Pizza. Yeah, they're playing with the numbers because it went from 7 to 0 to 3 to 0. Like, let them play with them. They should just go home and play with themselves. probably get more action. All right.
Shout out
Maybe
to Dan. Shout out to Dan Collins if he's still alive. One of the coolest fucking people I knew growing up. Life goes on. It's funny how, like, you look back and you have all these friends that are like radicals and they're super intelligent people, and then you look at them now and they're just fucking, they sold out, and that whole perception has shifted, and they're, oh man, it's sad. And then people look at you like, oh yeah, what a sad life, you know. Oh, I pity that guy. That guy's, you know, what a shame.
Man, I booted myself out, which was cool.
Charles was, what a shame, you know. Feel bad for Charles was.
Yeah, he was cool. I don't know what happened. I'll put you in a permanent sleeper, the slow death creeper that rips you from the material back to the ether, a highway for the light in the dark, that bright internal spark. Jacob's ladder and DNA are what Noah is to the ark. Chuck, what you talking about? What your teacher's not? Has you looking outside yourself to find this God, taking it for face value, putting up a facade. Even the wise tortoise told the rabbit to jog. Sometimes patience is a virtue. Carefully assess the fraud. Truth hurts so bad you're gonna need more than a gauze. Verbal warfare manipulates the water. I'll bore a hole in your head without using an auger. Let me get back on track and avoid this slaughter. Rappers glorify murder, but don't speak on what comes with it. Rappers glorify prison, but be the first one snitching. You're a dickhead with balls on your chin, Peter Griffin. Your girl is a bird and baby mother's a pigeon. Pecking her beak, giving head, damn, she's different. You're illiterate, you can't interpret the noise. It's like the echo of sound being stuck in the void. Money has no value, waste your life away to achieve. Stacking the IOUs in the belly of the beast. I didn't finish it, but hey.
Woo!
Oh, somebody's here? No, thought so. Thought someone was knocking at the door.
Balls on your chin like Peter Griffin. I said, kid, listen, I got something for you to fucking fix. Nah, I can't even freestyle off the top of my head, man. I used to be cool, man.
That's funny, right? I said, you're a dickhead with balls on your chin, Peter Griffin. I remember when I first seen Peter Griffin, I said, man, am I bugging? I think I was stoned. I'm looking at Peter Griffin. I'm like, why has he got nuts on his chin? Like he got some sort of infinite tea bag going on.
Yeah. Those guys are hilarious, man. Trey and the King of the Hill guys. Fuck, what's her name? Stone and Trey Parker. You ever see the video when they go to like I think it's like the Grammys or the fucking, I think it's the Grammys or the one of those not shits, but they dress up as girls and they take LSD or acid, and they go up and they're high on acid or some shit, and they're just trolling the fuck out of the paparazzi, and it's amazing. I think that's what we need more, is trolling, you know? We need more intelligent trolls. Do some mind control on the controllers, on the rulers. Rob your local Jew, you know. Can't say that. We got to cancel him.
All right.
But we can't cancel him. Can't cancel me.
What happened?
I never sold out.
Who liked my my verse there? I started a new one for today. I just realized that, but I didn't finish it. So I said the same one I said yesterday. And the one I said yesterday isn't even finished. Or the one I just said, I could add more to it, which I'm gonna. But nowadays you don't even need long verses, man. With all these microwave minds, people can't even sit down and listen to a 4-minute song. Imagine if you put today's generation back in the days with 6-minute tracks and now it's like hip hop tracks are 2 minutes long. It's like, what the fuck? The song just started. Music.
Yeah, people went crazy on that Kendrick Lamar verse when he's like, fuck the big three. And I'm just like, all right, yeah.
You got to hear his new one. He went in on Drake with his new one, bro. He got a part 2. Dude. He buried Drake. After the second one, he buried him.
Yeah.
He buried that dude. I never liked Drake's music anyway. I don't care if it's popular or not. He's not even lyrical to me. I mean, I've heard people wrote some of his stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of how he sings and what he's saying. And I'm not a fan of him as a person.
That's why I said rappers glorify killing, but don't speak on what comes with it. Rappers glorify prison, but they be the first one snitching. And that's just factual. In their raps, they talk all that shit, and then they get busted, and they be yapping. And it's like, what you just said in this song, it's crazy, man. I think they be rapping other people's life. You know, in a way, you got to understand they're snitching, which I don't agree with it, but look at P. Diddy's going to sing like a canary. He's going from $1 billion life to a prison cell. Oh, man, he's going to be chirping.
Yeah, the whole street shit's, I mean, you got to move on. You have to move on.
Yeah, you do that when you're young, and that's even no good. Because there's a lot of youth that did that knucklehead shit but never got a chance to make it out because they were 16 getting life in prison.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're getting baited in, you know? People are getting tricked.
Yeah. It's just like the military gangs. Same difference. The police, the military, the recruiting. There's no difference. People say, oh, but the military fights the good fight. No, they don't. Stop it. They're only fighting the good fight because they ain't taking over your shit. And then and then if the U.S. was invading your land and yours, then all of a sudden they're bad. So it's just bad all around. It's a distraction. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, these people don't care if it's good or bad publicity. It's all publicity to them. It'll all get their name out there. You know, even like, let's talk about a touchy subject, right? the kidnapping of children and all that. Look at the numbers they post, and think about how many children would have to go missing, like they say. Like, where are all these children coming from, considering birth rates are down like a motherfucker? Most men can't even reproduce when they get older because all the chemicals and everything. I mean, birth rates are down insanely. So where are all these children coming from that they're allegedly kidnapping? And I was thinking most of that shit's probably bullshit to keep people busy, and they use these things to implement more laws against us. A lot of these fucking shit they make up. That's what I'm thinking. If you look at the numbers they put, it's an insane amount. And you would hear at least a child going missing in your neighborhood every year, every other month, for them numbers to exist like that. And I don't hear about anyone going missing. Damn near never. So I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm just saying that they exaggerate with these numbers. And they, you know, when you listen to Obama and how he even spoke truth and said when he passed a law for propaganda, even though the Patriot Act was kind of another, that's when people should have really been like, wait a minute, they're passing a law where the news can use propaganda? I mean, right then and there, they could create all, they said, you know, I could see these people, they're very intelligent. If they would only use their intelligence for good instead of fucking fooling people and greed, they'd say, let's create this blood drinking. And I'm not saying people don't do that, because there is people that do, but it's probably not like we think. They want us to hate them, so then they can build up, like, let's say, some sort of a case. They could build up all this information, and as long as people hate them, they could create laws against it and fuck us over even more, man. These people are, what's the word I'm looking for, is sadistic? Nah. They're just fucking psycho.
Yeah, they corner you so you comply. They just want you to comply.
Yeah. That's why they want technology. Because like Axis was saying, technology don't have feelings. You could program it to do what you want and it'll do it. No questions asked, no heartfelt, nothing. They want a total slave that'll do what they're told with no pushback. And there you go. You got it with a fucking robot. Now, AI and robots, to me, are two different things until you hook a robot up to the AI. Just imagine self-learning AI, you know, if it did what happened in iRobot and it started building its own army. That would be some shit. Johnny and Amber, yo, what a clown show that was. They were getting high in the fucking courtroom. You seen her bird beak sniffing freaking coke out of a napkin. Her fucking bird beak. Chirp chirp speak. I'll fucking out rhyme an AI robot that memorizes dictionaries. I don't know, I just did it. It was hard. That thing stuck in my mind. That's all. Yo, they send emails to people on YouTube and be like, make a video with this song, and then all day long on the shorts, if you skim through them, it'd be the same shit over and over. It's so annoying. It's like creativity is gone. It's more or less clone off of my creativity, you know? Follow the leader. A leader that'll lead you right into a dead end. Today is Groundhog Day. Frequency Friday.
In psychology, learned helplessness is a state that occurs after a person has experienced a stressful situation repeatedly. They believe they are unable to control or change the situation, so they do not try even when opportunities for change are available.
Yeah, that quote by Ben Franklin, that's a good quote. It's a real good quote. I might even use it in one of my rhymes. Like, you know how people say, let's get to the root problem? Well, it's a lot deeper than the root. What about the seed? Matter of fact, what about the observer that planted the seed? That is interacting with the growth. Anyway. People always say, let's get to the root. I'm going to start being a smart ass and be like, what about the seed? Let's get to the seed of the problem. Right? The seed would be, if you follow the root to get down to the bare minimum, for lack of better words, I'm going to use that. To get down to, you'd start with the seed. Then, you know, you want to get deeper, you'd start with the planter, the seed planter, which would be like the source. Like when people say, God created everything, the question is, who created God? That was my first question. And when they say God came out of nothingness, I'm just like, what? You know, there's no explanation. And I guess that's how they get away with a lot of things, because people just run with it because it's too deep for them to fathom anyone creating.
Psychologists in the 1960s conducted experiments on dogs, finding that when exposed to repeated shocks they could not control, the animals refrained from taking action when they could prevent the shocks.
Wait, what?
A child regularly performs poorly on exams even after studying. They may start to believe that preparing for tests is ineffective and won't have any impact on their grade.
Yeah, children don't have learning disabilities. They just don't give a fuck about that boring ass shit. Like me, they try to say I had a learning disability. No, buddy, I don't give a fuck about none of these tests or anything. I used to tell my teacher in fucking 6th grade, what does this have to do with life? Right? Like, this ain't getting me no money.
Since they learned that no escape was possible, they made no effort to change the circumstances.
Say that again.
Because they learned that no escape was possible, they made no effort to change their circumstances.
Sounds like prison. Sounds like a lion, putting a lion in a cage. You could open it at some point and it won't even want to leave.
The dogs that had not been previously exposed to shocks quickly jumped over the fence to escape the shocks. This told Seligman that the dogs who lay down and acted helpless had actually learned that helplessness from the first part of his experiment.
Well. What do we have here? What would you do? Let me ask everyone. What would y'all do if someone went in your house and put poison in your soda and your mama drank it and died and you know who did it? What would you do?
I'd take their eyes out. I won't kill them. I'd take their eyeballs out. Both eyeballs.
So why is it when the government poisons our water and is killing all the people, we do nothing about it? It's no difference, right?
Learned helplessness.
Fuck that. We need to learn how to load up a fucking...
They're trying to not make us violent. They're trying to keep us, not violent.
docile and stupid.
Docile and, soft.
Yep. And they're doing it. All they do is, it's like kung fu. It's like kung fu with alchemy, right? But it's all chemical imbalance, man. That's all they're doing is making people's chemicals unbalanced, and it creates feelings, and they're just off balance. It creates all this chaos, and then they think they're gonna make order out of it. That's their psychology on it, psycho's logic. What's up, Lucid? I'll load up my 357 to send a couple politicians to heaven and their bodies to the Reverend to sew them up. It's like kung fu is like in order to defeat an opponent, your whole objective is to get your opponent off balance. That's the main objective in any martial arts, in my opinion. And once your opponent's off balance, it's a field day. So that's where I put together a chemical imbalance. It's like psychological kung fu or some shit. I don't know. Alchemy kung fu. Chemical imbalance using chemicals. Just like pharmakia.
Learned helplessness, the passive resignation caused by repeated exposure to negative events that are perceived to be unavoidable. We can't change the course of negative events. Failure is inevitable and insurmountable. Uncontrolled bad events, perceived lack of control, generalized helpless behavior.
Interesting. Where are you getting this from? Quotes of the day?
No, I watched a documentary earlier for like 20 minutes, and they were talking about learned helplessness, and then I'm just looking it up now.
Let me drop the link for Lucid, in case he wants to come up. I know it's early for Lucid. It's 6 a.m. over there. So, if you look at most of the globe, there's a 6 hour or 3. Wait. Let me think here. Okay, 5. So, 3 hours it takes for the light. So, I think, how could I do this mathematically? If you think about the sunlight travel, right? It takes 3 hours for the light to travel from the East Coast. Say it's 5 a.m. here, right? The sun's starting to hit the light is actually hitting. The sun ain't at the horizon yet, but the light is. So then it's a 3 hour differential for Central America, I think it is. Or no, an hour, right? It's the 3 hour differential in Cali from here, I think it is. But it's 6 hours from here to Europe. That's odd. Yeah, something ain't right with these maps. Even though time's all man-made, but I'm just trying to figure out how fast this light is traveling. Or how, you know.
If we don't resist all of the different information that comes our way and weigh it and use our own mind instead of what somebody else wants us to think, eventually society would become nothing more than automatons, robots. The establishment has protected itself. Unless you submit to the saturation, indoctrination, and adopt all its values, you can't get in.
Right, guys.
What up, Lucid?
What you guys up to?
Not much. Axis came up for a while. Blew my mind away with a bunch of knowledge. And I couldn't even fucking react to a lot of stuff he was saying. I was just like, damn.
You gonna leave this one up? I'll go back and watch it.
Sometimes the truth hurts so bad. That's why I said in my rhyme, the truth hurts so bad you need more than a gauze. That's how bad truth hurts sometimes. The truth hurts so bad, man, that shit'll behead you. Blow your mind away. For real. Yeah, the truth hurt me a lot. Like, when I started to realize Elios, it just, yeah, the truth hurts. It did. You know, when you learn we're being lied to about so much shit, it's like, damn. But it's never too late, man. They fooled us, but it wasn't good strong enough to fool everyone.
Well, what gets me is people, they don't believe that we've been lied to. And it's like, dude, you can go look up the patents. There's 40,000 patents on weather control. 40,000. Look at that shit. It was beautiful yesterday. Freaking 70 degrees yesterday.
And it's snowing?
Yeah.
What? Hold up. It's snowing in May in Colorado. Were you in the mountains or next to the mountains?
Next to the mountain.
The base of the mountain, but you're still kind of elevated high, right?
Yeah, I'm like, I want to say like 15, 16 miles away from the mountain.
Huh.
But yeah, it's still May.
Yeah. We get a lot of rain here today, and yesterday it rained. No. It rained today, and then the day before yesterday?
Stop, dude.
It's been raining here a lot. It's supposed to rain for like the next week. Sucks. What happened to April showers, not May showers? What is good in the hood? I wrote some new shit. Let's see what. I don't think Lucid heard my new rhyme. I'll say it again for Lucid. Did you hear the rhyme, Lucid, that I said earlier?
I haven't.
Alright. I said, I'll put you in a permanent sleeper, the slow death creeper that rips you from the material back to the ether, a highway for the light in the dark, that bright internal spark. Jacob's ladder and DNA are what Noah is to the ark. Chuck, what you talking about? What your teacher's not. Had you looking outside yourself to find this God, taking it for face value, putting up a facade. Even the wise tortoise told the rabbit to jog. Sometimes patience is a virtue, carefully assess the fraud. Truth hurts so bad you're gonna need more than a gauze. Verbal warfare manipulates the water. Bore a hole in your head without using the auger. Let me get back on track and avoid the slaughter. Rappers glorify murder, but don't speak on what comes with it. Rappers glorify prison, but be the first one snitching. You're a dickhead with balls on your chin, Peter Griffin. Your girl is a bird, baby mother's a pigeon. Pecking her beak, giving head, she's something different. You're illiterate, can't interpret the noise. It's like the echo of sound being stuck in the void. Money has no value, wasting your life to achieve. Stacking the IOUs in the belly of the beast. I didn't finish it, but
That's dope, cuz. That's fucking dope, dude. That is fucking dope, bro. I like the, even the wise old tortoise told the rabbit to jog. That was tight.
thank you. I appreciate it. Ouch. I said, a master of my craft using the least energy. Rule 1, never underestimate your enemy. Passing down true wisdom for many crucial centuries. Tracing back roots when the source is beyond the seed. It's about the observer guiding the growth of a tree. Manipulation of elements with the price creates greed. I can hear the ancestors' cries and as Mother Earth bleeds. I didn't finish it. I'm stuck right there. It's about the observer guiding the growth of a tree. Manipulation of elements with a price creates greed. I can hear the ancestors' cries as Mother Earth bleeds. As Mother Earth needs. Oh shit. My mind's gonna start flowing now.
Nikola Tesla's the earthquake machine.
That's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Tesla's earthquake machine. I gotta speak about that. See, people, I tell people like you were saying, Lucid, you know, all people gotta do is look up the Weather Modification Act of 1976.
Yeah.
That was a busy year, 1976, for a lot of different acts.
Yeah, man.
And look what they're called, an act.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like their action. That's what they're doing. You can't say that they're not because they're calling it an act.
Yep. It's hard to there's a thin line between reality and AI or CGI. It's becoming like there's this video of NASA, and it's supposed to be an astronaut looking up at the ISS station and then looking down, showing the shadow of the eclipse that happened on the 8th of April last month. And I'm thinking, get the fuck out of here. You could tell it's CGI, but people somehow can't tell. They think it's real.
Yeah, it's easier to trick people than to let them know they've been tricked.
I wonder why that is.
Because everybody wants to believe that, oh, I know it all. You know, I'm privy to the information.
Yeah, the more I learn,
can't dupe me, can't trick me. I'm too smart. You know?
Yeah, they tricked me, but they tricked me. Even though I questioned it, it's kind of like I didn't give up, but I kind of like put it on the burner, and it cooled down. You know, but it was always, the questioning was always there. And thanks to the internet, I found tons of like-minded people that were also questioning everything I questioned.
Yeah.
You know, I'm grateful to meet everyone that comes here.
Dude, that's badass, JG. It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
man.
JG's fucking chilling. He's over there wrestling billy goats and bears.
Dude, leave the water alone.
This is how I enjoy life now. I just lay in the grass.
Yeah, I muted it. Just so you know.
If this is being a scumbag, I'm a scumbag. You know, if laying in the grass is bad news, I'm bad news.
Just be careful for ticks.
Oh yeah, I'm always looking for ticks, and I had a deer last night, or well, a couple hours ago. He rolled up on me. He's making all this noise, and I just looked at him and said, "Jesus loves you," and he walked away.
The deer was telling you, Jesus. Ha! The deer laughed like, who the fuck is that clown?
Yeah, he's like, this guy's a kook. So the deer walked away. But yesterday, that kid, this younger kid, told me, you know, Jesus loves you.
Yeah.
And
Jesus is a pedophile.
I've been using that line.
He's not? Where do you find Jesus?
Right? You find Jesus in imagination.
Right. And in prisons, right? All the criminals always find Jesus in prison. Jesus is always lurking in prison.
Where do you find it, though? You find it in your mind.
Right.
You find Jesus in your mind, but that doesn't mean it's real.
Why do you think? Look, I always forget when I drive by this spot in the bus. There's a statue in the cemetery. I shit you not. It's some sort of I don't know if it's Jesus or I think it's a preacher, but there's a child kneeling in front of him, and it's detrimental to my eyes. It looks like the child is doing something, yeah. And I'm thinking, who the fuck okayed this statue to be put there? Like, I think it's a Catholic burial ground too. And I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, the statue does not look like the way he has his hand on the head of the fucking thing when the child was. I don't know, man. I'm gonna take a picture of it and I'll let y'all think. You know, this world's fucked, man. Like, I can't believe half of the shit people get away with nowadays. Like when Oprah said, "What if the child likes it?" And I'm like, what the fuck? Is it okay? Right? Like, oh my God, they're pushing.
Whoa. She said that about what?
I think it was on one of her shows, and they were talking about. I'm not sure the exact topic, but it had to do with chomos and how they have a fixation for what chomos do, and fucking. Along the line, she said, you know, what if the child likes it? Is it bad then? Or something like that. I was in shock. I'm like, what? Yo, these people are pushing that line heavy. I'm going to find that fucking video. People are going to be like, oh, you're lying, man. I'm going to show it. Yup. I'm going to dig for it in a minute. Because I was mind blown. This world's fucked.
The 7-year-old child is gonna like that. That's, you know, like, think of it like, oh man, I don't even want to go there thinking that way.
Me neither. I didn't want to go that way anyway. She brought my mind to that fucking. And it's just it's detrimental to the mind. It's like, I don't even, like you said, I don't even want to think that shit. But the TV brought it up, and I was just like, it was like it's crazy shit. This world, man. You know, I don't know. Yeah, let's change the topic, man. Chomo should have an automatic death sentence. Why do people feel bad? You know what? You can't unmute.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
My son's throwing a fit. He was getting in the cat shit.
No.
Yeah, dude.
He was about to throw grenades at you.
Yeah, I had to bury one of my cats yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, he got attacked by a coyote and ended up having to bury her.
Yeah, I was thinking that's what's happening to these possums. I think because there's what's that predator bird? Not a hawk, the scavenger bird. Shit. It looks like not a chicken. It looks like a It's got a beak, a sharp beak.
The bald ones.
Yeah, not an eagle, not a hawk.
Vulture.
Yes. Turkey vultures or whatever. Them bitches are vicious, boy. They'll pick up a cat. Any small animal, man.
I saw them the other day. They are the ugliest birds, man. Like, you look at that bird, oh man, they're cold-blooded, man. They're ruthless.
Yeah, their beak will fuck you up. There's one that used to go to the McDonald's that I would go to in the morning here and there. And I thought it was a giant turkey until I got close. And my friend said, yeah, it's a turkey vulture. I said, what? And that thing would eat French fries at McDonald's. People would throw it French fries. Shit, why not? I guess the turkey vulture's like, that's his midday snack or some shit, some French fries, until he finds a carcass.
Well, you always see those birds by the tracks, because right by the train tracks, you always see dead animals. You'll see dead deer and dead groundhogs and shit. And a lot of times, like with birds will drop shit they ate on the tracks, you know? Like the other day when I showed you that dead snake, I guarantee a bird dropped that shit.
Fucking Lucid dropped out.
Like they'll fly something real high and then drop it to kill it, you know? They'll chew it up and drop it. That's their execution technique.
So what do you think, JG, to this whole Jesus thing? Do you think it's insanity? Like people are talking to imaginary. Do you like people say
look,
Jesus saved me, saved me? They don't give themselves credit for saving themselves.
Well, the whole thing with Jesus is it's like I mean that is delusion, you know. Yeah, to talk to Jesus or talk to God and hear God and Jesus talk to you, and that's like psychosis, you know.
Yeah, I've never heard them speak back to me.
But it does it gets to that like schizophrenic point. But I take it back to like, you know, if you believe in Jesus, right? It's just like believing in, you know, Santa Claus. It's just the burden of proof is on you, and
I'm agreeing, and I'm not attacking anyone personally when I speak. I don't want anyone. If people don't agree on what I'm saying, don't ever take it that I'm like personally attacking people. I'm just speaking on how I see things. I don't want people to take anything personal I say, because I know some people will anyway.
My thing is there is a creator, right? There's a reason why we're alive, and when people call it Jesus, the creator, but they don't believe in like the Jesus stories, it's like, why even call it Jesus then? If you don't believe Jesus walked on water and you look at all this shit as, you know, fiction, and but you call the creator
Jesus walks on water every day. The sun walks on water every day.
Yeah, but it's like, why even use that terminology then, right? Why continue to use their fucking words?
I have no clue, man. I think a lot of these preachers practice wizardry, and they know what spells to cast on people. They know what words to use to affect an individual. It's all grooming.
Right. You're molded, right? They know how to control you with. I mean, look at all the different gods and different. You know, we were talking about this before, Groundhog's Day, but look at all these different gods and all these theories and, you know, assumptions and opinions. It's like, you know, that's just beliefs. Like, we know there's a creator, man, because I mean, something happened. Like for this life to exist, something happened, man. But it's like, you know, we can't go off of beliefs.
Remember, remember the Frankenstein? That's kind of like the creation story. Think about when the mad scientists, or whatever you want to call them, zapped Frankenstein with electricity, and Frankenstein came alive and he rose up. The lightning struck the thing, and if the energy or electricity leaves our body, we're dead. We're nothing until they zap you with electricity and your heart starts pumping again. It's that electricity, man. There's something about it. Without this energy or source or whatever people want to call it, everything's nothing. that vibration stops, we're fucked. Everything will collapse.
Like even the Big Bang Theory. No, I'm not even gonna go there. How did this all? How did this all happen? You know, how did this movie called Life come into place? Where we have skies, we have trees, we have grass, volcanoes. I don't have the answers, man.
Why is the water blue? No, how did it go? He said, why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas grab the Romans while Jesus slept? Ghostface. That was a famous track by Ghostface Killer.
Was it
What's up in
Ghostface?
the groove? Yeah. Yeah. He said, why is the sky blue? Why is water wet? Why did Judas grab the Romans while Jesus slept? I think that was on Shadowboxing.
I don't think
Fourth
that
Chamber. It was Shadowboxing or Fourth Chamber, that song.
Yeah, Fourth
So that
Chamber.
was the Jizza album, my fault. To me, someone made a good point in Wu-Tang. I forgot who it was. He's like, they said, you know, all their first albums were like Wu-Tang albums, and I could agree with that. Because it took all of them. Even though it was like the Jizza's Liquid Swords and Iron Man and Cuban Links, they were all on all of them albums. So it is like all Wu-Tang albums. But I'm disappointed in the Jizza. The Jizza has not put out an album since 2010 or 9 when he did that thing with DJ Muggs. He made that album. That was pretty dope. Nah, that shit was fire. But he hasn't dropped anything since then. That's long time, bro. Long time to go without putting music out. And now I know that we're not on a ball flying through space and all that. It makes me not even like a lot of the Wu-Tang verses when they speak on outer space and all that. I'm like, oh man, fallacy, that fantasy world.
Well, that's how I feel about rappers with their religion and shit. But I've always felt that way. Like you're growing up listening to, you know, Rakim talking about, you know, 5%ers.
Yeah. I like some of the teachings in the 5% Nation. You know, I could subscribe to a lot of things they say. But then again, there's a lot of things I don't agree with. Look at Lucid. He said the fucking power went out. And that's crazy that I was just talking about the energy going out. Yeah, the baddest man alive. That's a dope track. Peace, Oama. Yeah, the baddest man alive.
You ever listen to You're Living Foul? It's an old Jizza album. Words from the Genius.
Oh man, you went back. Yeah, I used to have that tape. I had found it. I remember I found that album. It was a tape. It was in the closet. I used to rent this. What do I want to call it? It was like a condo, but it was already furnished. Some guy. He had so much money. He had all these he would rent a condo out to me and my friend because we worked and we split everything down the middle. And he had a closet. And I remember opening the door and seeing tapes. And I looked and I took the Jizza tape. It was that one. Words from a Genius. I didn't even know the Jizza had that album out. And I heard it. And what was that song? I think Pass the Bone. I think that was
That's the shit.
For Pass the Bone, Can't Pass the Bone.
That's the shit.
Was that on Prince Rakim's album or the Jizza's first album? I don't remember. This before Wu-Tang.
That was on Jizza's album. That's Words of the Genius. He does Pass the Bone, Living Foul. What other tracks are on there?
Yeah, he has Prince Rakim on there. That's before the RZA. You know, he has Prince Rakim.
Yeah, Girl Come Do Me.
Yeah, yo, you see him in that video? He's all like pimped out. He's got a nice suit on and shit, or he's dressed up, but he's so serious. And he said he didn't want to be like that. He said the record label like groomed him or molded him into doing that. He just said it doesn't. You know, he just didn't want to do that. Like Prince Rakim. And the music ain't bad. It was decent.
They kind of use it to their advantage, though. It's like, all right, we're gonna do some nut shit for a little bit, and then we're gonna get success and fame off this, and then we're gonna fucking do our real shit, you know.
They said it helped them understand the game more. They took their losses as they said the losses taught them. So it was more like a win-win situation because they took the loss and turned it into a win by learning what to do and what not to do, which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah.
RZA broke a lot of musical records. He's the first producer ever to have a group of 9 members, and each member had a solo deal and a group deal. No one's ever done that. I mean, he did a lot of dope shit. First rap group with a video game. The first rap group with a clothing line. Wu Wear was the first rap clothing line ever. So they did a lot of shit. They were the first rap group I ever knew. I could be wrong, where you could put the CD in, and it played music, and it was a compact disc for the CD. I mean, for the computers. The double album, you could put, I think it's disc 2, into a computer, and you could go to the Wu Mansion. And then you could take Jizz's Beneath the Surface and put it in a computer and edit video of the Jizza. So these people are ahead of the game.
Yo, Beneath the Surface, that fucking track is amazing.
That whole album is amazing.
But that specific track, like that fucking beat.
I remember I didn't really like the album so much at first. And then I grew to love it because the Jizza, like, even like Legend of a Liquid Sword and Pro Tools, you gotta learn to respect lyrical and storytelling. And the Jizza's song, Alpha, I think it's called Alphabets, or the one he uses the alphabet, or no, the one he does using animals. He did one using animals, and then he did one using famous people's names. I mean, his lyrical skills is no joke, the Jizza.
He was my favorite just because of Protect Your Neck. Like when I heard Protect Your Neck when I was growing up, I was like, yo, this fucking dude's insane. Then I got into Liquid Swords, but Protect Your Neck, I mean, that was one of the first Wu-Tang songs I knew about. That's my shit, man. Hip Hop Fury by Jizza. That track, man.
Yeah, Beneath the Surface was like...
Yeah, Hip Hop Fury? This is insane.
Like, Iron Man was a good album, but Supreme Clientele was better than Iron Man. And I think Beneath the Surface might be either just as good as Liquid Swords or better. I like Liquid Swords. That was one of my favorite albums I could play from beginning to end. No problem. And the first Wu-Tang album is fire, but I think a lot of the members like You God and Master Killer, they got fucked over, man. Master Killer and You God should have came out with solo joints. You know, a lot of people were on their second and third album before the You God even came out. I was like, damn, he got played. You don't know Method Man, Salama? You know Wu-Tang Clan. Come on.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know the that Wu-Tang show they did?
When with Nas, the recent tour.
No, they did an actual like TV show on the Wu-Tang.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, the kids I grew up skating with, like when I was skating downtown in Philly, they you know, they were down there skating and they started a rap crew, and all those dudes were in the fucking show playing the characters. So like that whole Wu-Tang show, like they're all dudes I grew up skating with, and black kids you know, I was skating downtown Philly with. Still there.
Yeah. So when you gonna come up and visit? So was like, I'm out of here. Black Keys, the baddest man alive. That's a good song from that movie. It was with Jet Li. I think it was Jet Li. Jet Li was one of my favorite kung fu artists to watch in movies, and then that all changed.
Ghost
When I
Dog.
find, yeah, that was definitely one of my favorite, but it didn't have too much like kung fu in it. But it all changed because of Wu-Tang. When I got older and the internet came out, I was able to find all the old kung fu flicks. Right now, I could watch them. One day, I shit you not, I watched 105. Not in one day, but through time, I watched 100. I used to write them down, the kung fu movies. And I would hear all the parts that were sampled by Wu-Tang. I'm like, oh shit, that's where they got it from. 5 Deadly Venoms. But yeah, the fuck is his name? I always forget his name. Fires me up. Fucking Lou. Gordon Liu is my favorite kung fu martial arts actor. Gordon Liu. Nobody could fuck with Gordon Liu. Gordon Liu. He's the illest. In that kung fu flick 36 Chambers, or it's Wu-Tang vs. Shaolin. Come under the table. Ding 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 ding. You better check your neck. You better check your neck. Coming through like the neighborhood Spider-Man. Yo, Wu's different, man. That's why people went nuts when that shit came out. Like their energy was different. They said they would shit their pants when they would do shows, and there would be millions of white people there. They didn't realize their fan base was like 90% white people. When Old Dirty Bastard said, "What's up, my niggas and niggerettes?" Well, the guy in the crowd was like, "I ain't no nigga," right? And ODB said, "I played the clip. There's white niggas and black niggas."
Should I go to the club? Said you fly back about up brave. I got a thing beyond the brave. I want to get
Love them old beats.
The RZA.
Yep.
The RZA's the man. That's one of my favorite producers of all time. And lyricists at that. That song 12 Jewels by the RZA. Like, people don't, I play the song a lot in the beginning of my videos, but people just don't, instead of them, they let, you know, but I don't like hip hop, and I get it, you don't have to. But, you know, there's a message, you know, in the music. There's messages that people just can't seem to pull out. Let's see, I got a bunch of new pictures.
You know about this?
between the eyes, no big surprise. Steve Austin, nigga, go put the sag in your leave us with that old. Don't lose control kind of stuff. You like the smoke when you so
Ding 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 ding.
until the next album comes. Strictly Savage, and the woods is where I'm from.
So Eric Sermon put those dudes on. They're just white dudes from the woods. It's
Look
hilarious.
at fucking this picture. This was in Ghostbusters 4. Always New York City, man. Always something happened in New York City where it reminded me of The Day After Tomorrow when New York was under ice. What that happens in Ghostbusters 4 where the whole New York City is under, it's frozen.
Yeah.
Yep. By a laser. This happens and then the whole New York City is frozen. Even the people in the movie. There's so much symbolism with the red and blue and the fire and ice. And look at this guy in this picture I found. He's got, literally on his back, he's got, it reminds me of like a phone with a bunch of apps on it. Even though it looks like crystals, but it's technology on his back. That's what I think. Then we got this beauty of a picture. Got a couple giants. Now, look at all these people running up to the hill. And there's even a giant blowing a horn over there. These cats had flying ships that would ride the ether like an ocean. I really think they had ships that flew like this. You could fly above a storm and go anywhere you want. Isn't that weird how clouds only go to a certain point and then they don't go any higher because the thickness of a cloud won't, the gases are, the way the gases keep the clouds from not rising all the way up, you know? Because if you go in an airplane and you go, you know, I've seen pictures of people on airplanes above all the clouds or chemtrails, and it looks like when they see the sky and it's just gray everywhere. When you get in the airplane and go above, it's like you're flying over the land, but it's all clouds. We have to get a drone.
They just did a
I want to get a drone.
They did a chemtrail right above me.
I want to fly above when the sky's all gray. I want to get a drone to fly above all the spray that covers the sky to see what's going on above there. You know, to see what the fuck are they covering the sky for. They gotta be flying shit, transferring stuff. They don't want people to see. You know, they could be covering the skies for hooking shit up to the firmament. Who knows? Look at this cat. He's got a fucking 19. No, this is the 1823. What kind of car is this? What could we call this type of car?
It's a Dodge Neon.
A Dodge Rug.
Dodge Rug.
Damn it, I knew I should have wrote down what this was. Fuck.
How many girls pose for a photo there, like holding that thing, you know? The penis stone. The locals were like, all right, we're going to chisel out this rock and make it a penis.
It's the Stone of Destiny. That's probably a giant's dildo.
You put it in the ground?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Freaky ass giants. Oh, man, I'm picturing like a female giant's like massive vagina. It's a pretty funny mental image.
A giant clam. Spread her legs, it'd be like a giant clam screaming at you. What a pearl clitoris. Hey, we're all grown up here. And if you're not, get the out of here.
Yeah.
It's not my problem. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself for letting your child go to people's channels.
What would Jesus do?
Probably smack the parent. Right? It ain't my fault. You know, people want to get mad and tell YouTube that they need to put parental advisory and control on this stuff. No. Parents need to do that. It ain't YouTube's fault. It's the parents' fault for giving their child a phone and letting them roam freely on it. Stop, you know, getting mad at people's channels and stuff. You know, do your fucking job as a parent. Get shit together.
Yeah.
You know, tell the parents, stop giving your child the phone and let them go outside and play. You know, they want to just give a child the phone and shove it in their face and sit them there all day. That's what problems you're going to run into. I'm just being real. Mind's eye, what's good? Yeah, living on a ship is like living in a prison unit. You got to work, you know, you got to live together regardless. Oh, the ancient pool party? My bad, Salama. Yeah, I'll pull that up. Hold on. Oh, shh. The Ancient Pool Party. I also got a pair of the first tidy whities a giant ever wore.
I can fly. Doing drive-bys on my fucking skateboard. You know about Black Moon?
Yeah, Black Moon with Buckshot and
That's the
DJ.
best. That's the best line, dude. The skateboard line. I wonder if that dude skated, man. I think that was
Oh,
man, fuck, what's his name? Damn, my whole rap knowledge is going to shit because I'm not even that like into not even that gung ho on rap anymore.
didn't Eminem say this? Mind's Eye. I figured it out when I started to read it, and I said, "Look where it's at, middle of America. Now it's a tragedy." Wasn't that when he was talking about Marilyn Manson and shit? I could be wrong. It could be a different track. Okay. I got this sword here. I just thought it was pretty interesting, this sword. Anyway. There's giants in this picture. Now, this was hilarious, this picture. I had to download it because it's a bunch of... This picture, believe it or not, is from the Middle East, in near Asia, and it's a bunch of monkey men running around. It's hilarious. You know, they believe in that monkey evolution. This cat got a whole tree in his hand. I just realized that. A whole big ass tree that monkey got. Are these giant monkeys? I don't know. And look at this guy approaching some gnomes. Yeah, these are just drawings, but hey. I got an old stamp of a flaming sword. To show the technology they used to have. It's probably where they got the idea for a lightsaber. And this right here is the first pair of tidy whities. And remember, like when you were young, you had the tidy whities with Superman and Batman and Spider-Man. Well, back before them days, they had tidy whities with like Jesus and Muhammad and all them people on their tidy whities. And this is a pair. And they framed it and saved it. It's like the first pair of biblical undies. It's an impaler.
It's one of the most powerful advertising agencies in the world today. Most people believe that you're going along through life making your own choices, making your own decisions, okay? You know, I decided to do this, I decided to do that, you know, I did that. By watching
You're only
the brain,
choosing choices given to you.
know
That's all.
exactly what place where. By watching the brain lifetime, neuromarketers today know exactly what product to place where, how to package that product, what colors you're going to respond to, what images you're going to respond to, what kind of pre-programming already exists that they can couple it to. And so when you have a society where people are being told at every level to consume, to buy their way into happiness, and that's their only salvation. That's their only way into happiness. Is to then you have what I call a kind of fundamentalist consumerist society. How is that problematic? Why is that dangerous? Well, when you have people who only care about buying things, you're gonna make people weaker in a lot of ways. You're gonna certainly make them less self-reliant. When they're told that you just buy things, buy your way into happiness, they don't realize that you can gain strength by doing a lot of things yourself. Okay. You also make people self-absorbed. I mean, a point of all advertising, which is the technology of consumerism, is to get people to care, over focus on every one of their needs and every one of their feelings. So if they're having a bad day, they must focus on that and focus on how depressed they are. Billions and billions and billions of dollars have been spent privately and publicly looking at how to tap into your psyche, how to cause you to make choices that you wouldn't otherwise make, to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do, to consume, whether it's a product or a plank in a political platform.
I've also asked the school board to make a part of every day some kind of anti-violence, anti-gun message. Every day, every school, at every level. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way. To me, the media just willing to report whatever the government tells it to report. That free reign to create whatever story or narrative it wants to create for whatever purpose it wants to create the story for. And that's where we're at.
That's why when you put on the 6 o'clock news and you switch from one channel to another, they take their commercial breaks at the same time. They tell the same news stories and they tell the same news stories at the same time. But then you go to the internet, you go to BBC out of London or one of the other for news services, and you see all kinds of news that we never hear about here. Mass media today is the cutting edge of psychological warfare. And it is nothing
I can't stand that dude.
When you watch mainline established television, are putting...
He says some real shit, though. Here and there. He does. Can't take that from the man, but I know he's a schnillalilla. A shillalilla. He's a shill. Like a seashill.
Inconsistency of thinking, and thus contradictory elements attempting to reside simultaneously as fact create frustration, confusion, anger, and aggression.
It is the difference between what you think the world is and what the world actually is.
Mind's eye. In the groove. Report to the panel. What is that? A radio show? How did you do that?
Nah, it's a
You have two
documentary.
phones.
It's a documentary I've been trying to send you guys for links. I've been posting that same fucking link for a long time. Like, yo, check this out. Yo, check this
That's what
out.
I thought it was when I looked at the one in the back chat. I said, man, is that a and I pressed it was the Jizza. Oh shit. How do you get rid of dingleberries?
Oh man. Not even trying to think about it.
I knew a kid, his last name was Dingle, and I used to torture him, man. His last name was Dingle. I used to be like, bro, you're a dingleberry.
Who's the dingleberry? Why are you bringing up dingleberries?
Because I knew a kid, I had a friend, his last name was Dingle. I used to call him Dingleberry.
Yeah, that's a shitty last name. Hey, yeah, Mike Dingle.
So is mine. My last name, you could, I mean, it ain't that bad, but you can, I've heard it all with my last name. Was this and was that. It gets old after a while. You can only go so far. But Dingleberry, word Dingle, you could go many different avenues with that.
If my name was Charles Was, I'd be writing Charles Was, and then a line next to it, like filling the line. That'd be my tag everywhere I go. Charles Was. Put the line down. Fill in the blank. Who's this Charles Was guy? I see him everywhere. Graffiti writer Charles Was. You know what I'm saying? That dude, you know about Cornbread? He's a Philly graffiti writer that tagged elephants. So back in the I think it was like the 60s or the 70s, he was going to the Philadelphia Zoo and writing his tag on elephants. And elephants are walking around with the cornbread tag on them. And people are like, what the fuck? Like, it says cornbread on that elephant.
When you're gonna fumble around with that beat in the groove, I've been waiting for you to, I don't want to like hound you all the time about it, but I know you have other projects in the making and stuff probably and other work to do, but yeah, man, I definitely want you to get involved. You know, I told Lonnie that plays the guitar, he was playing some stuff for me yesterday off the live stream. Bro got skills. Lonnie, he got skills with that electric guitar. And OTW, he's got skills, but OTW has his own recording. But yeah, man, I got to stop bullshitting myself and really get back to putting tracks together. I haven't done nothing in the past month, just writing, because I don't know, I have no influence anymore. And Sir Drop, still waiting for that verse. I don't know if you sent it or not. I'm gonna check when I get off of here. Shit. I'm always ready. I got an arsenal of rhymes. I'll take both pills. Matter of fact, just make it purple.
D12, purple pills.
Yeah, because they're taking the red and the blue ones.
But nothing compares to these blue and yellow purple pills.
So that's how it works. You got purple, which is royalty, and then it'll
Right.
break down to red and blue, which is, who knows? It ain't royalty, but it's I don't understand how these families are so sick in the head that they'll have sex with their own mama to stay in the bloodline.
It's because they're insane.
Yeah, pretty much.
People's legacies, families' legacies. I see it in skateboarding, man. These pro skaters that you watch
They're
these documentaries.
insane. They're
They
not
talk about
insane. They're insane.
They talk about their legacies, but it's like, dude, you're just a fucking sellout, man. You these pros with big egos and their emotional intelligence, like they're fucking just, they're insane, man.
Yeah, life is like a box. Turn off that light bulb. That's in your head. Like, what was his name? The guy with the fucking light bulb over his head, Uncle Fester, the molester. There was a guy, I was watching the video this morning on, the guy says name and badge number, and he said, I'm Officer Chester. And I was like, oh my God, dude. They must have tore that dude up with that last name, Chester. Chester the molester. That's what they call chomos too, is Chesters. And yeah.
Yo, have you seen that video? The cop, he's a black cop, and this guy's like auditing the cop, and the cop's like smelling a flower, and the guy's like, "Why are you standing so close to me?" And the cop trolls him. He like starts backing up, acting retarded. Like the cop's just throwing the shit out of this guy. It's fucking hilarious, man. Some of those auditors, they get too gay, they get too fucking over dramatic and shit.
What's up, Groove?
What's up, man? Hey, a mic check. How's the volume level? Is it all right?
Perfect.
All right.
Actually, it's clear.
Yeah, I had to turn mine down a notch. The other day, I noticed it was really redlining out. So, yeah, I got something I want to say. Since you called me up, it's been on my mind. The other day, somebody mentioned something about about somebody being COINTELPRO. We're all familiar with that, right? Counterintelligence. It's kind of like this narrative where it's like there's both sides of.
You mean COINTEL? Like if you see something, call. Like they say on the news, they have that number. If you see anything, call the police, right? It's for your own good. It's for your protection.
Well, it would kind of be like in the situations that we're in, it would be like somebody coming in and pretending to be, kind of like what we call a shill, I guess. Somebody coming in and kind of steering the group in one direction or another. And so it's like people who are clinging to Trump or Elon Musk. It's like, oh, this guy's on, he's a good guy. He's on our team and all this kind of shit. But my whole thought is, bro, on this COINTELPRO thing is, like, I think we're beyond that now. I think 2020 was the move. And at this point, I don't think it's about control of information. I mean, information's out there. I think we gotta fucking move beyond this following a guru. And I just think it's one of these things. There's a term called thought terminating cliches.
I agree. Instead of following the guru, become the guru.
Yeah, or at least like be able to move beyond like turning yourself off to something just because you think somebody is may or may not be genuine. It's kind of the same arguments about the Bible. Like if you really start pressing somebody on the Bible and you really start picking things apart, they'll say, well, there's definitely truth in the Bible. So therefore, I still believe that the Bible is God's word. And I'm just going to ignore all these other things that kind of don't fit in with the narrative that I've adopted. And
yeah, people even admit that. They'll say, philosophers wrote the Bible, but it's God's word. And I'm like, that don't even make sense. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because if you truly believe that, then you have to buy the whole thing. Or it's not what you're saying it is. Correct? If it's the true and unquestionable word of God, well, then you better treat it like that. Otherwise, you're making yourself a hypocrite by default. So, to me, that's a counterintelligence move. And that's how you get people confused into, this idea that I could still sit around and do nothing just because, I'm focusing on this one thing and I'm going to ignore everything else. Even though my belief is that I'm stating that my belief is that, this is the 100% true and accurate word. It's like, it don't make any fucking sense, bro. And that's the fucking mind trick. Like you were mentioning Alex Jones, like I've never been an Alex Jones watcher. I was never a fan. I just didn't like his approach. I thought he was very fear-mongery for years, you know what I mean? Like, but that was before 2020. That was when I still had a little bit of doubt about whether anything I was reading was real at all. All these conspiracy theories, because I always like to question, like, okay, why would they even give us any information at all? Like, if they're truly going to run some kind of game, don't even put a counter narrative out there if you're not supposed to do something with it, And,
about Operation Mindfucked in the Groove?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what it is, right?
Well, no, I mean, the Discordian guys, Hill and what's his name, they started that whole Illuminati shit, all that propaganda.
Yeah. I'm just very, there's been a lot of COVID shit came out this week. And a lot of these people who were big voices 3 years ago talking shit about people who were questioning, who refused, who were actually defending. I watched a compilation the other day of all these people, of what they said like 2-3 years ago. And It is literally the most satanic thing I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. And you know, I've listened, I fucking in the music world, you know, I listen to satanic bands and this and that, and it's like, oh yeah, that's some dark shit. But this compilation of these people talking from the past 3-4 years ago takes the cake, bro. It's the most satanic fucking thing I've ever fucking witnessed.
What's it called? I'm gonna watch it later on if you got the title of it.
Well, I just saw it through Alex Jones played a clip of it on his show, but I'm sure there's a video out there because he was playing somebody else's video. But you know, it wasn't even like here in America. We know the people we've heard. We listen to Joe Biden talk. We listen to the people on CNN, Chris Cuomo's, all those like.
When you actually can talk. Biden,
Yeah.
My bad. I had to say that because Biden, he can't even walk up fucking stairs.
This was like including like all the people from all the news and politicians from around the world, Australia, and stuff from the UK, and their shit was even worse than ours, bro. Like what they were being fucking told, as far as like just the persuasion. I watched there was a video the NHS put out, which is the British National Health Service. They had a long commercial where it was all black people talking. And I guess they were trying to appeal to the black people over there. And they literally fucking said in this compilation clip about everybody needs to get vaccinated, they literally in there fucking said, because we love you. Now, how many times have we joked about that and said, oh yeah, they love us so much, right? That's a joke to us. They literally fucking said this shit in the fucking clip trying to convince people to you know, do the right thing and do your part, bro. I was like, holy.
But what's the sad part? All the people that, you know, went with it and ended up getting fucked over. And even if it isn't now, I guarantee you in the long run it's gonna do damage. But the problem is they could do that tomorrow and people will go do it again. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
Because I see people right now, all of a sudden, people are with the fucking mask thing again. And I'm like, I knew it. You know, election year, people are still going to fall for it again. It don't even make sense. I don't understand how people put a fucking cloth over their face that can soak up water and then say, well, if the person's speaking and the spit gets on me, well, you're going to be inhaling their spit because it's going to soak into the mask.
Speaking of that, dude, in this compilation, there was one part. You remember how, like, right when the lockdown started, there was some people who were like still, like, I guess in Florida and shit, they were still going to the beach, and somebody on the fucking TV screen was livid that people were going to the beach and how fucking how dangerous and anti-human these people were being. This person said, literally, bro, that's what this motherfucker said. They said if you're swimming in the ocean, you should be wearing a fucking mask. That's what this motherfucker said, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, how do we rectify this shit, bro?
You know why they do that? Yeah, I get it now. They do that because the joke's on us. They just like to, I think they like to see people just do whatever they say and they get a laugh out of it. Because the joke's on us. They know. Well, and if they don't know, that's even worse. You know, like if they just go along with what they're told and don't think about what they're doing, that's bad. That's why I don't believe in that yes sir shit. I'm a yes man. No. So that means if, you know, yes men are dangerous. That's dangerous shit, man. To just do something because you were ordered to? Nah. Better, you know, if you're not allowed to think over what you're gonna do, that's craziness in my eyes. Like if someone says, Groove, go kill this man. Me, this is just me speaking personally. being a hitman sounds good, but I don't think I could just blow someone's wig off for no reason.
Well, it's like, you know, after 9/11, I look at anybody who's still like trying to join the military. Like, I'm really fucking like, quite like, really, bro? Like, you still gonna join that shit?
They're saying, I seen something where they're saying they're going to be drafting because they don't have enough soldiers joining anymore.
Good luck.
Ain't nobody going to go. You still have gung-ho American people, the Patriots, which I have respect for them. But, you know, even the warriors who gave their life, because, you know, I don't blame them at all. You know, the people in the past, they were lied to and
in the
taken
past,
advantage
yeah.
of.
In the past, yeah, definitely, but not now.
No, like this war or whatever it is over there, occupation, fucking another occupation. It's like the rest of them.
I
yeah.
I walked by
It's
two
like,
military.
why?
I walked by two military guys a couple there last week, and I overheard them saying shit about me. They're like, "Oh, this guy's gangster," and I like looked back at him, and they looked away. Shit was weird. Just two military guys posted up we pulled into this gas station. There's a bus stop, and I walked by them, and they're just staring me down, and I overheard what they're saying. But I'm just like looking at them like what like do you guys realize like what you're a part of, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Brother Sanchez talked about his days in the military. He was an MP on the base. And he even like Subtle Infinity, this other channel I watch. There's some people that serve the country and speak and say, you know, a lot of them were almost damn near forced to take certain things in there, and they found loopholes and ways to drag it out to where they didn't do it. But the military uses their soldiers as guinea pigs. That's how I see it, man. And all around they're using them as guinea pigs.
Well,
Science experiments.
A lot of Hispanics are joining the American military. There's a lot of Hispanics joining.
Yeah. How much you want to bet these people that are coming from other countries? Think about it. Their lack of soldiers because the country, let's say they didn't talk about this, but let's just say people did open their eyes ever since the September event. And they need soldiers to go do what they want to do overseas, allegedly, right? So they don't have enough soldiers. They'll tell all the migrants, you join the military, we'll give you a green card. You'll be a U.S. citizen. How many do you think is going to join that military right now? Thousands of them will be joining, boy. And that's how they do it. They'll get people to, you know, trust me.
Yeah,
I'm talking hundreds of thousands will be doing it. Migrants.
The American military gang's getting very diverse. I mean, they're
Yeah, this country is falling.
I heard
if we're not careful, it won't be our country permanently.
I heard this retired. He was a veteran. I'm not sure what level he was at or anything, but now he's actually in the medical field, and his wife's a lawyer, and they're apparently, you know, they're taking this shit seriously and actually trying to make a case. And but this guy said something very profound. For the first time in the past 4 years, I actually heard somebody from any military type background actually say, like, he was genuinely bothered by what's happened the past 4 years. And he made the statement saying, he was talking about how basically like us who, you know, have been questioning things, how we've been basically called terrorists by our own country. And this dude actually fucking said that he refuses to call his fellow Americans terrorists. And I almost fucking teared up hearing that shit, bro. Just because that's
Probably
the
gave
first,
the dude a hug, man.
yeah, bro, the first fucking time in 4 years I've even heard somebody even fucking say that, bro. I'm like,
Yep.
you know, that's just basic
That-
shit, bro.
That's when you know we're really on the right track, when the true terrorists feel threatened to where they gotta call the people seeing through their bullshit terrorists, you know.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I mean, they
That's
talk
when
about
you
a
know
psyop.
they're shaking.
And look, I also wanted to say, I hope everybody does recognize, bro, like, right now we got all these protests going on college campuses and shit. And you just mentioned it a few minutes ago. 2020, the BLM riots. This is the exact fucking same thing as 4 fucking years ago, dude.
Yep. But they're using this war, the theater of war, man. It's also a theater. And like you're mentioning it in the groove, I'm starting to think to myself, fuck, man, they're gonna implement more shit against us with this. That's why they're paying people to do it. I bet you they're paying these people to protest. How much you want to bet? They paid the BLM people. I heard people are getting $100, $200 to go protest.
Well, this should put these current protests, this should put this in perspective. Somebody mentioned this the other day, and I'm like, you know what? You're right, dude. These college campuses, right? Like, just a standard campus, you got like what, like around, you know, 15,000 students or so, right? These little protests, bro, these are like 200 people, and most of them aren't people at the school. So, I mean, you break the percentage of that down. That's like that's like not even, that's not a significant. It's not like the whole fucking campus is protesting, but they blowing it up like that. You know what I mean? It's like now everybody, all they want to talk about again. It's so funny how easy people are flipped into their fucking upside down shark mentality, bro. Where it's like, oh,
People don't
these
realize.
entitled fucking leftists, these fucking college kids, oh, you know, it's like it's a, there's a word for it, bro. I'm sure, and
Even the channels that talk about it are falling right in line of what they want people to do. They call it
like racism.
they call it what is that shit called? I just had the fucking word in my mind, man. The
Their tricks are getting bad. Their tricks are getting, you know, worse and worse.
Yeah, it should be more and more obvious, but it doesn't seem to be becoming obvious to people. It's like everybody's just doubling down back into their fucking dogma and
algorithm.
I mean, it's like Trump. It's like, how can anybody still be fucking infatuated with this Trump shit? You know, the new thing now is that apparently Barron Trump now he's I think they said he's some kind of delegate or something in Florida now, and everybody's like kind of fucking feeling good about that. Like what are we doing? We forming a new royal family? Is that what we're doing now? Like, no offense to Barron Trump, I'm sure he's a fucking cool kid and shit, but he ain't a fucking leader. You know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden he's being anointed as the next big fucking thing already, just because he's a fucking Trump.
The
I mean,
government, man, they're getting the people to literally, like, it's almost like we might as well have just handed them over the country. That's what it seems like. Like, they didn't need to steal anything. We just gave it to them. Like, here, you know, it's all for your safety, people. That's their slogan. It's all for your own good.
yeah, that was what was very triggering about that compilation. Also, they had it was Rod Stewart, Arnold Schwarzenegger, And there was a couple other people like that, but I'm sure we all heard it before. I heard it a little bit, but they were talking about how like people who were refusing to wear a mask, and he was like, just talking about basically that same shit about how, oh, you worried about your freedoms, oh, basically fuck your freedoms. It's like, no, if fuck your freedoms, then we don't have a country.
Yep.
You know? I mean, what the fuck are we doing, bro? Like,
yeah, I'm disappointed in a lot of shit. But I've come to the conclusion you just gotta find like-minded people, man, to stick with them. Because, most people are follow the leader-ass people, If they're gonna get laughed at for speaking truth, they won't even do it. Because they care about what other people think. That's very child-minded.
That's the grooming, man. The indoctrination.
They don't want to stick their head up, they don't stick their head up their own ass. They want to stick their head up your ass. That was a bad analogy, but
well, it's kind of like I said earlier. People say, well, you can't change the world. You got to focus on yourself and just worry about yourself. And I get that in principle. But these motherfuckers are doing everything to change our fucking world and affect us. So why should I have to focus on myself when these motherfuckers are doing nothing but focusing on what I'm doing, violating my fucking privacy, trying to police my fucking behaviors? Like, okay, tell them motherfuckers to worry about themselves. Quit telling me to worry about my motherfucking self when I'm trying to tell motherfuckers stop worrying about what the fuck I'm doing. It's like, where do we go from here, bro? I'm just supposed to sit here and fucking take it because I got some kind of moral responsibility where I can't worry about what everybody else is doing. Yeah, what everybody else is doing or not doing is affecting me and everybody else. Anybody that says they're not affected is just fucking deluded, bro. Like, I had a conversation with my friend through text message the other day. He's one of these fucking Bible thumping motherfuckers. And he's got the same fucking attitude, like, well, I didn't take the jab, so too bad, so sad for those people who did. It's like, and you're religious? So, everybody's just being exposed about that shit, bro. That's why I'm going in hard on this religion shit, bro. Like, I've always been just let people believe what they want to believe, and that's fine. It don't affect me. You do you, I'm gonna do me. Well, I'm doing me, but you doing you is affecting me, and so at a certain point, I got to fucking check that shit.
Shit. You doing you is affecting me.
Yeah. That's the line here. That's where the personal responsibility, all this freedom comes in. You're supposed to be able to do what you do, but if you affect somebody else's shit, there's a liability to that. That's why we have lawsuits and liability and the word responsibility, especially when it comes to like public officials and taking responsibility for other people's decisions and lives and this, that, and other. It's like, all right, if we're going to do that, let's fucking do it. But this half-stepping shit is, it don't hold up. If I check the work on that, it's not fucking adding back up. The math ain't mathing. In this election, bro, like, what are we going to choose? We're going to choose the same dude we've had for 4 years, which we know what that is. Or we're going to choose the guy who fucking kicked all this shit off. The guy who's still fucking taking full responsibility proudly for fucking Warp Speed.
Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, once Trump, like, I was almost like not jumping on the Trump train, but I almost let down my guard and almost thought to myself, maybe we do have somebody that wants to. And then he did that, and then he told people to go and do it. And that's when I realized, I said, nope, he's a part of them too, man. And I'm like, I knew it, you know. That's why I didn't. Once he did those moves, I was waiting for that to happen because, you know, people were wondering what he was gonna say. When he told people to go jump off the cliff, I said, "Fuck, dude, he's definitely not on our side. He can't be that dumb." Like,
And look, Charles, once you heard that, that was all you needed to hear, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
No,
Like,
I was
look,
doomed. I knew we were doomed at that point.
I was a Bernie guy in the early days. I was Bernie before he even fucking like ran for president because he was saying the right shit in those little congressional speeches where they get up there and they talk about certain issues. And I was, you know, I bought the Bernie t-shirt, bro, and I was fucking cool. I was like, this guy's fucking, at least he's saying something different. As soon as he fucking threw in the towel and endorsed Hillary, I burned my fucking Bernie shirt. I was like, fuck this guy. He just fucking exposed himself, and that was it. But I still got friends on my fucking Facebook now still posting Bernie shit. I'm like, dude, really?
Bernie got pressed. I mean, that dude got bought out. He got fucking...
Kurt and Ernie.
They mobbed down on Bernie.
It's fucking mental illness, bro, is what it is. That's where I'm at right now. That's what I woke up today. I'm like, you know what? It's mental illness.
What's mental illness? Everything, or?
Well, people, the way people are selectively ignoring inconvenient facts about these ideas or people that they're putting up as, you know, something that they're not, like Trump being a savior, or like Trump's going to come back in after he's already had 4 fucking years, and we saw he had the floor for 4 fucking years, and we saw what he did. Nothing. He led us into this shit, and these motherfuckers are like, no, he's going to come back in and fix shit. He's going to make America great again.
Yeah.
It's like, you got to be mentally fucking ill to block that shit out.
You know, you know what else did it for me? Was when all the evidence that we knew, like I even remember watching the votes and watching Biden's, Trump went backwards in his votes, and I seen it live on TV, and I thought to myself, you know, when he lost and nothing was done to these people and they cheated and everyone, you know, not everyone, but most people knew it, right? We should have held them accountable, you know? We're the people, right? We run this country, but didn't do shit. They cheated right in everyone's face. And even with the evidence, people knew what the deal was, even if they played dumb. And yet, nothing was done. I'm talking like in the courts about it, right? The Supreme Court allegedly said there wasn't enough evidence when there clearly was. So it's like, dude, you got to be kidding me. That did it for me too.
Hey, that's the same story as the 2000 election, Bush Gore, the hanging chads. Remember that?
I forgot what I read.
Well, it all
really
came
changed
down.
my mind. I'm just gonna end it with this. What really changed my mind was when I read something, and I seen video about them producing your saviors and your villains, you know. So that's when I realized shit's all bullshit. It's all the show. We've been falling for this show, you know, for
Yeah, it's the same.
time.
It's the same fucking script over and over, for sure. And it works every fucking time for some reason.
Yeah.
Just like in 2000, Gore fucking threw in the towel. He didn't fight for his shit either. The same way fucking Bernie did. The same way Trump did after 2020. And look, that J6 event, like, just looking at it objectively, Trump did encourage those fucking people to go down there and fucking show up at the Capitol. And then after that shit went down, and to this day, he still talks shit about those people that are in jail, bro. Yeah, it was a setup.
Yeah. It was to set up and make people that want to, like, you know, like you said, they call the people who, you know, stand their ground and want to be truly free terrorists. And I think that event was set up to make the American people look like there's terrorists here, right? The people who want to stand on their alleged freedoms and to be free are the terrorists. And I think that event was put together to begin, so they could begin saying, you know, making people that speak against NASA or just whatever, they're gonna label people terrorists, and it's crazy, man.
Well, the facts are that 2 buses showed up at January 6th, and it's all CIA agents. So all
Yeah.
those people in there they're all actors for the fucking government.
Yeah, it was an event they produced, so they could, all these events they create that people think are real, you know, which they could be. They could use live ammo and all that. I'm not saying all of them are completely forged, but dude, they implement mad laws off of them. Every single one. The school pow pows, September, all these different ones, man. There's so many laws that were put into place. If you look it up, it's crazy. We're getting duped.
Yeah, create problems and comply.
Yeah. They create the problems and the solutions. Profit off both ends while we fall for the illusions. It's the illest line I ever wrote.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what's next? Like, what are they gonna do next? You know, I mean, COVID was crazy. What's happening next?
This is what happens. If the TV told people to go do this, to get rid of a code, they would do it. They would end up like this guy.
If you thought you was having a fucked up day, meet this dumbass. Yep, he ain't got shit else to do. Nope, I'm just outside about to fuck myself up. Yep, that's what I'm doing today. That's what I'm on. I watched this motherfucker 10 times watching him bust his dumbass head on that ground. Big dummy, what the fuck wrong with you?
Oh, yo, that's how you get rid of your flu. That's how you get rid of the flu.
Guy was drunk, guaranteed.
Dude, I gotta see that one more time, dude. Yo, I don't know if that guy lived. I'm not laughing. You know, I am laughing, but I hope he's alright. Because that hit is crucial, man. Yo, this dude, he tried to headbutt the sidewalk.
If you thought you was having a fucked up day, meet this dumbass. Yep, he ain't got shit else to do. Nope.
He's about to headbutt this. He's about to do a face flop, not a belly flop.
I watched this motherfucker 10 times watching him bust his dumbass head on that ground. Big dummy, what the fuck wrong with you?
Do-do-do-do. Oh. Yo, your boy headbutted the sidewalk.
That's mental illness.
Oh man, I'm in tears, man. That dude got rocked.
Well, I made a community post, but there's a music producer, the guy who, well, he's a recording engineer, I guess more specifically, but he worked with a lot of the Seattle bands. He was famous for working on Nirvana's early shit, and he died this week. And
What's
I
his
was
name?
like, Steve Albini.
Steve Albini, yeah.
Yeah, he's associated with like Sub Pop Records and all that. Well, he died this week of a heart attack. And I was like, oh shit. So I did a little bit of digging and I found his Twitter page. And guess what? This motherfucker was one of those people talking shit about people who he was all pro stab, pro jabberoonie.
My bad.
And this motherfucker flops over with a fucking heart attack. And I'm just like, you know what I mean, bro? It's like, I don't know, bro. It's just fucking madness, dude.
Well, that's
how many people we've seen flop over.
Peace to S. Naga, what's good? My bad. I'm missing people coming in because I wasn't looking at it.
we're gonna be seeing the side effects of all this shit years to come. You know,
Yeah.
just like how you see what happens when you smoke cigarettes over time. You're gonna see what happens over time for fucking the jabs and shit, the vapes, all types of shit.
It's all to keep. It's a $1 billion business to poison everyone. Yeah. They don't care about no one's life. Like, I don't get people. I really don't. That's why they got to involve people that, you know, they take advantage and blackmail people, you know, policemen. And how do you think they get people probably that are up there, you know, that take these jobs as judges and shit, man? They got them in their back pocket. They got something on them. They get them one way or the other. Greed, corruption, greed fucking breeds corruption, man.
This is what it's all about. This is how you find fucking some bit of peace.
As long as there's a system in play and you ain't got control over it, it'll always be corrupt. And it's corrupt because we allow it and go along with it. That's even the worst part. And we know it's corrupt, and yet we still go along with it. That's what makes it insane. Like, people are hypnotized. Like, even I think about me, I'm like, you know, things that I do have to play along with to survive, I'd be like, man, if we could only work together. And then I tell myself, no, it's not going to happen, man. Now, why do I even fucking waste my time trying?
That's what I was saying earlier with that helplessness, you know? They kind of get you to a point where it's like, yeah, you're better off just being helpless.
Well, that's
not really. Not being helpless, but you just go to making sure you're good. You know, even though that's all the time, they want you to end up just stop trying to wake people up and just give up completely. Yeah, like, but
they
just work on yourself.
They make the environment so crazy, like what we're seeing, that, you know, that helplessness. That's what they want you to be. They want you to fall to that level, you know, through all this nonsense.
And spiritually, right? If we believe in spirituality at all, is it of your spirituality to basically be like, fuck everybody else? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that doesn't resonate. That doesn't resonate with me. Like, what kind of spirit are you fucking embodying?
I put that video out of the dog. This guy made a puppet dog with his hand, and then his real dog was there, and he did something with the puppet hand dog, and he smacked it in the head a bunch of times, and then he went to go do it with the dog, and the dog wouldn't take the treat, or it was something like that. I think he gave the puppet hand in his hand a treat and smacked his hand because it had like a puppet on. And then he gave the dog a treat, and the dog just looked at him. He wouldn't take it. And I think, and then I put that a clip of a comedian. What's his name? Fuck. What's that? The older white comedian that used to talk about politics. Fucking
George Carlin.
Yeah, I put his fucking clip because you don't need to. You know, it's up to you. You take the abuse. You go along with it until you're able to break free from the abuser or stop the abuser, right? That would be the GOV. They're the bullies. And they get away with everything because no one's knocked them the fuck out yet. No one's punched them in their old ass mouth.
Yeah, bro. The time has come, bro, to start knocking motherfuckers out, bro. I know that sounds fucking, I don't know, hateful, but hey, compare that against the initial stimulus or situation that we've been presented with.
The ancestors are disappointed in us.
I keep it very simple, bro. They killed my fucking grandma. So what should I do about that?
Me too.
You know what I mean?
I think all of us, not all of us, but a good amount can relate to that.
Somebody
There's
deserves
a lot
smack,
of people, man.
at the least.
Yeah. How many lost family members, bro, from botched surgeries or let's just stick with products, that cause them health issues. How many people are lost from that? They get sick from the chemicals. So many people, it's insane. They have all the money in the world to pay people's lawsuits. They don't care. Money's nothing. They'll pay you money. As long as they don't go to prison, they'll pay anybody. That's the thing.
Once you do start getting violent, that's when life gets really hard.
They want people to take the money. They don't want people to start saying, put them in prison. When you start paying out $2 million to some broke people, they'll forget about the whole thing and be like, mama's gone, but I got $2 million. We should be like, lock these motherfuckers up and fuck your money.
I guess that's a silver lining for all these, all these private prisons and shit that they built and shit. It's like, all right, they built all the space already. We just need to fill the motherfuckers up with the right people. You know what I mean? Take out the people that you got in there for fucking drug laws and fucking bullshit, not paying tickets or whatever the fuck it is, and put these motherfuckers in there who have. That's something else I was going to say a second ago. I've seen so many people on Facebook posting about newborn babies born with fucking problems, bro, like fucking heart, holes in the heart shit. It's like, they just ignore it, bro. They still will fucking promote the old Stavaroonie. Even though they got newborn motherfucking baby. Like, we can't even fucking, like, protect newborn babies coming into the fucking world. Like, we really should, we really do deserve to fall. There really should be a fucking great flood or fucking something, bro.
Yeah, but the problem with that, see, that's another thing that religion does too. That plays a huge part, man. Like when Josephus and Constantine, and he got all them people to the table. He brought a lot of powerful people to the table, and wanted to figure out a way to stop the people from rising up. And they created Jesus, man. I'm telling you that, and it's brilliant. I got to give it up and say it's brilliant. These people studied people and figured out. They brought minds together to figure this plan out, but it got so corrupted. It's corrupt from the jump anyway. But you know what?
I think how many hundreds of years people have said that they're in the end times. Just like they're fucking saying right now, bro.
That's what I was thinking. How many times it was regurgitated? How many? My gramp said that when he went to war, they were saying it's the end times, and then that's what made me think. I'm like, what?
That's that what?
That's that helplessness in your psyche talking.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to suck you out. You get psyched out, and then boom. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, fools and tools. I agree with that, man. I remember, I don't remember how, but I remember when I was young learning about the vectors. I don't want to say that V word, but yeah, like you're saying, fools and tools straight away, fresh out the gate, man. You just came out the vortex, the gate, man. And they're already putting something in you, a fresh, healthy born child.
Oh, it's so fucked
and they've
up,
convinced parents that this is needed. Like, I think, you know, this world needs a psychiatric evaluation. When you really start thinking about a lot of shit. And I don't understand, but look, I speak from experience of how I react to shit. That's how I know all this shit is desensitizing people to be the new norm, and it don't bother you no more as much. I'm speaking from experience of how I feel. I see this shit and read about it so much, it becomes normal to me, and that's scary.
Well, the psychiatric evaluations kind of backfired on us. That's how they're figuring out how to control us.
Well, yeah, because all our fucking quote mental health professionals, they pulled their own panties down and pants down and showed their wieners over these over this trans thing.
Yeah.
Saw how they went along with that shit. So yeah, they ain't the solution.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Look into the laws of when the lowest age that you can do it. I think some states are down to 13, 12, if I'm not mistaken. I was mind blown. And I 12 years old, I was thinking how to get some buns too. But is it right? You shouldn't be thinking about that age, but I'm nobody's parent. I'm just saying, that's my opinion.
I mean, it's natural to be thinking about that.
Yeah.
Of
course it's natural.
In a healthy manner where, like, growing up, it was just functional. Like, my view on woman was, like, dysfunctional.
Yeah, but a grown adult, let's say someone's 35 and 12 or 13, a girl, and that happens, like, they got laws saying that that's all right. And I'm like, they need to make laws that make that not all right. Instead, they're making the laws. Some states even went younger with some of these laws. That's what I'm saying. 12, 13. What if a 40-year-old man, because the 13-year-old says it's all right? I mean, I don't know, man. Whatever. Look at some of these states if anyone has free time. Look at the laws they have on how young.
And the only really good thing about, those laws and all these news articles, all these interviews and statements that have been made by these so-called professionals, the only good thing about all of that shit is they are clearly on fucking record. We have a paper trail. So if we ever decided to get our fucking collective adult shit together and correct things, we got all the fucking evidence we need straight out of their fucking mouth.
I take back what I said. My views were dysfunctional. You know what it is? You can have a healthy view on having a relationship with a woman, but what ends up is you start complying to the dysfunction. Everybody's doing this, This is the way to deal with women, blah, blah, blah. This is how you carry yourself. You start to kind of be molded into the dysfunction.
What's up, Kimba?
I agree with that, JG. I don't know if you guys can hear me because I'm on data. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay. We got a bad storm over here, my friends. I'm in a Dollar General watching them not deploy power trucks, but do what? I'm getting a whole another level of awareness over here.
What are we on, speakerphone?
No. Why does it sound like it?
No, you said you're on data, like you had it hooked up to the car so you could drive and speak.
Oh no, I'm not on Wi-Fi, my friend, because we don't have power in our town now.
I was wondering why you said I'm on data.
Yeah, we had a bad storm
You don't have
here.
power. Neither did Lucid. He just lost power in Colorado. That's crazy that you say that.
Okay, let me share with you. Yeah, can I tell you guys what they're doing here?
Yeah, I want to hear
that. Okay, I'm in town driving because when stuff goes down, I'm the one that I'm like, let me go see. While my family sits home, like, we don't want to know nothing. I'm like, okay, whatever. I get in my car, I drive through town. Now we've had huge wind gusts hitting up our house for 2 days now. I hear it because it sounds like our house is going to be knocked over. You know, it's going boom, boom, boom. And I'm listening to it. But because the family, you know, was too busy, you know, wanting to talk on their phone, so addicted to their phone, they weren't paying attention. So I'm listening to it for 2 days. It started raining in the middle of the night. Now, when the power goes out, I'm you know, we normally like fill the bathtubs because we work on a well over here, whatever. You know, power goes out. We've had power for weeks, and it was no big deal. I get in my car, I'm driving around because I want to see what's going down. I want to see if there's power trucks out here being deployed like they normally do to help the people. Guess what? They ain't no damn near power truck out here. You know what they have going on? The cops and the sheriffs are out here setting up speed traps like a motherfucker. Excuse my French. No, don't excuse it, okay? They're setting up speed traps, and they're pulling over. I already witnessed them pull over 4, and you can't make this up. Listen to the keywords. 4 African Americans. One had a little girl in a car, just a little girl, and I can already tell they're just trying to get ice or something, you know, in the beat down little car, African American man and a little girl, and the sheriff that was pulling him over was in an SUV, and this man was dressed like he was going in fucking war. I kid you not. Now, I know they may wear like a vest when they approach cars. This man had more on a vest than a vest. And I got more. I couldn't even believe it. When I passed them, because, you know, I don't give a shit. When I passed them, I was like, you should be ashamed. I made a point to roll down my window, but you should be ashamed of yourself. You just yell it out. He jerked and looked back because, you know, he got frightened for a minute, you know. I just wanted to put a little fright in him. And it was one of the asshole cops here that had already been at my house to stand over and harass me. You know, I was on the floor not breathing, to be like, why don't you guys stop breathing? So it was him. So I saw that. I went by him once just to yell those few words out, you know. I don't want to get my tag or nothing or have someone else follow me. Then I looped back around because I passed the power company. I want to see if the power company had anything going on. And then I called the number on the window. It said power out for miles and miles, and we don't know when it's coming back on. You normally don't get that answer. There's normally 1 or 2 around, especially the local areas here, okay? You know, people are sick, hospitals, medical, people, you know, we have a lot of disabled old people here and addicts. You know, we're in a little hunky-do town in Florida, okay? So when I pulled back around, he was already gone. I guess he just let the man go. And he was already out of there and gone. Because if he wasn't, I would go drive by and say a few more choice words to him.
Kimba said, we live in a little hunky-do.
Yeah.
A hunky-do town.
Hunky-do town. So, but guess what? Dollar General got food coming. See that? I'm sitting there at Dollar General.
I thought you said a honky-do. You said hunky-do town, right? Not honky-do.
Whatever. Call it what you will.
You should be ashamed of yourself, boy.
You should be ashamed of yourself. That's right. But look, Dollar General's getting food. I'm sitting here at Dollar General. They're getting food. They're getting food. Oh, I'm sorry. FedEx, too. FedEx is working, but not the power trucks. And they're setting up speed traps for people to lure them in when they just want to get ice and gas. And yeah, this is hella insane. That's why I said my awareness today is like, my family's home mad at me. They're sitting at home, they're pissed at me, like, you're overreacting. I'm like, no, you idiots are sitting home on your phone. You just want for someone to talk to. I said, I'm going to make sure, you know, we survive and there's stuff. I said, I'm actually out in the world. Now it's starting to rain again. You know, it's starting to pour again. So it's like, what a little setup on the people. You know what I mean? Over here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of it. Don't be disadvantaged.
And it's starting to pour again. That's why I'm sitting here, because if I sit home with my family, they will drive me nuts. Because they're in that I say that stupid is, stupid does mentality. You know? Like Sphincter says what? I'm like, I'm out here pointing out shit, and they're like, oh, that's normal.
Look at some of these things I found yesterday. I found this thing. This is from a map zoomed in, the Orions. And I thought that was interesting. Because that's supposed to be Adam and Steve. I mean, Adam and Eve. That the tree, but I don't know why it says Orions. Because there's a constellation that's Orion, right?
A tall tale that has become something so fucking insane.
Yeah, they think they come from the star constellation Orion. But
well, see, that's like the thoughts like that is like primitive, not primitive, but that's like a fucking young bull mentality. Like that, that's like fucking. They didn't know what to think back then, so they're just thinking, they're believing whatever, you know. They're coming up with all this crap and just believing it. Assumptions.
Well, the most outrageous shit is acceptable to believe in, and I'll use an example like these the whole UFOs and aliens narrative, or if we want to talk about fucking reptilians, or I mean, we talk about all this shit as a way to kind of explain things that ain't making sense logically. But if you just point out reality, what you observe, and people will call you, like Kimba said, overreacting, or like you're fucking delusional or some shit. It's like, motherfucker, have you heard the shit coming out of your mouth? Just like this religion shit, like the whole Jesus coming back shit. I mean, let's be honest, bro. That's like some Santa Claus shit for adults.
Yeah. It's that simple.
But that's more sound-minded to these motherfuckers than pointing out that, hey, you know what? Maybe newborn babies, maybe we should fucking not be stabbing them up and squirting shit for them to be, quote, healthy. Healthy. Okay.
Yeah, there's like hope mongering and there's fear mongering. Like, Jesus is coming back to save us. That's like hope mongering. And then you got shit like Y2K that was fear mongering.
Hope mongering.
I never heard of that. I like that. Hope mongering, right? Hoping, wishing. Someone gonna save your ass. You save yourself.
That's why I like the term hopium, because it's like, that's what it does, sedates people.
Oh no, I need a dose of hopium.
Just sink into the fucking couch. It'll all be good.
I don't know. I try not to take all this shit too serious. I do take it serious, but I'm trying to just laugh at it, because that's all you really should be doing. Like, that's the best way to look at it, is just to laugh at all these tricks,
That's how I feel. I've kind of embraced that a little. I've had to for my insanity, I had to embrace it because the way I was catching up. Am I? It's probably the weather.
I said, oh no, I need a dose of hopium. I need some hopium. So I called Jesus Christ and bought me some opium. Oh.
I'll be back. It's starting to pour here again. It's starting to pour really bad. I'll be back.
Starting to pour.
It's starting to pour and storm again. When I sit here in the car at the Dollar General.
I might
do the
not.
damn job. I'll be back.
Yeah,
why do we say that? We'll be back, right?
Yeah, just watch and see all these little towns that are getting hit by these tornadoes lately. Because I already heard one motherfucker talk about it already, about how he's going to rebuild. Watch and see if it ain't some 15-minute city shit.
Some of these tornadoes I've been seeing, I think what they got is they got some sort of a craft, like a craft they fly. Because if you look at a lot of these government crafts in the Air Force and stuff, you look at DARPA, they have all these different like flying crafts, and I think they have a craft that could create tornadoes. I think they have orbs and ships that can create tornadoes. I personally do. I think they're using the electromagnetic energy to create them. They're tapping into the energy that's already there, but the machine, you know, you get what I'm saying? They could stir up tornadoes. That's all tornadoes are is the manipulation from the
Well, you would think
electromagnetic energy.
if they bragged about all this technology they got where they can control and steer weather, okay. If you got that and you can do that, why are we still having these events where shit's getting all fucked up? So that must mean you're doing this shit on purpose.
That was the point to create it, yeah.
So what, you know, in terms of like, you know, when you go to court, you're on a jury, you know, there's that thing called reasonable fucking doubt. I mean, at what point do we have enough evidence to fucking have reasonable doubt about these narratives? How much
When
more
they
do we need to
tested
fucking
Mount
do?
Shasta, they tested Mount Shasta, the fucking guy came out and said there was so much aluminum up there. He says, what do you think's happening down here on the ground? Like, and I thought, like, God, like, all you need to do is test the soil. You know, have a bunch of people in different fucking states if you want. Test it. I guarantee you the aluminum levels is supposed to be 0. This is the guy said. The aluminum count should be 0, and it's in the billion. I forgot whatever he said. I'm gonna find the video and play it tomorrow. But yeah, there's evidence in the groove. And I know what you were going to say. We should be able to take them to court and lock them up. But it's corrupt. We could do it. We could, you know, it's a win-win situation, man. Taking these high people to court. Even if we lose, it's still a win because it'll show the corruption even more. It'll reveal it even more. And it'll be hardcore proof. But the question is, will it change anything?
If we look at ourselves and our generation that we're living in right now, as far as like everybody who's alive right now, if we do nothing, and this grand plan that they've already fucking laid out and told us is coming, if we let all that shit play out, the history books are going to group all of us together. We are all going to be the ones that failed to fucking do the right thing. So it doesn't matter how much we focus on ourselves, how much we worried about just our own little fucking circle. In the grand scheme, we're all fucking tied together to the outcome. You know what I mean? And the only fucking thing that gives me any comfort is I'm not going to have a lineage of fucking kids that are going to be able to look back and say, holy shit, grandpa was a fucking worthless motherfucker and fucking went along just like everybody else. Regardless of what the narrative is, you know? That's how it's going to be written. Just like how everybody who's white was a slave owner. It didn't matter what the reality was. You know what I mean?
Right. That's funny. I remember when I was going to school hearing these stories, or people would say, I would hear all white people, you know, don't deal with racism or whatever. I heard so much different shit, and I used to laugh at a lot of it because every white person had a slave. That's crazy. I'm like, bro, my family was the slaves. Like, what the fuck? What are these people talking about?
We all slaves right now. Everybody.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Like, yeah, my heart aches for all the people in the past that suffered for all this shit. The American Indians, fuck. Hey, even the Jews in the Holocaust, all of them. I got fucking remorse for, you know, just that they had to fucking deal with that shit. But this is where we're at right now. and it ain't get no better. So we'll be the next line of fucking victims. And I know people don't like that word and victim mentality. Well, newsflash, motherfucker, we're all victims right now.
Yeah. The sad part is every day that goes by in my mind, I'm like, are we wasting our energy? You know, is anything ever gonna change? That's how I see it. Like, what is it gonna have to take for people to want to change and make it better? Is it gonna take 90% of us to get wiped out, and then people? Yeah, the only people that'll be left are the people that wiped us out. They'll be underground, escaping it all, and they're fucking, you know. The best bet is to shut the fuck up and disappear. Live
Well,
it up.
the future that they're selling to me, I don't want any part of it anyway. If that's gonna be the future, fuck it. Let's burn all this motherfucking shit down. Who cares? Because that ain't no fucking outcome, bro. That ain't no outcome I want to be a part of.
It might be just best to prepare. Always be prepared for anything. You never know. But and when if shit goes down, people like, me and everyone else will know what to do. But the people that didn't listen, or they would be the ones scrambling and fucked. Hey, far enough. It's better to have something than nothing. I look at it like this: if shit got real bad, at least you got enough to get along longer than the others.
Right, but the outcome's still gonna be the same, bro. Everybody, the big phrase everybody likes to say,
I'd rather slowly run out than just, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather be able to slowly run out and still be able to plan to get more than all of a sudden have nothing, right? That's how I look at it. Like, shit, man. These people that thought everything was sweet, it's going to go like that for them. They're going to go from something to nothing right away, and they're going to be like, fuck.
Well, the big...
I'm going to be in the tree like, I told you so. No, I'm joking.
Right, but even that, how good can you feel about yourself for being right if the outcome is going to be that?
Good,
you know what I mean?
Because all them people treated me like shit when I tried to tell them and warn them.
Yeah,
No,
I don't feel like that. You know what I mean? That don't make me feel good.
I told you. Ha ha. No, I'm joking.
I mean, I'm saying that right now, and it don't feel good. You know what I mean?
Nah, man. The only people that don't feel good is us. Is the people that's awakening. That's awake. That's watching this whole shit. Watching everybody sleep. It's the only people that's not happy, man. The people that sleeping happy. They love sleeping. And if you're trying to wake them up, they'll wake up and slap the shit out of you and go back to sleep.
Laughing would be like after they drop a bomb, you got an airplane flying over saying, I told you, one of them airplanes with a note behind it.
But at the end of
Sometimes
the day,
people need that, man.
still you. It's still you sleeping. A part of you is sleeping. What a part of you is awakened. Like you being in a dream.
Yeah, that's what
While your body,
hypnotization is. That's hypnosis right there.
while your body is asleep, and a part of you, is awake somewhere in the dream, right? This is what's going on. While a part of you is sleeping, a part of you is awake in this reality. And that's it. So it's still you that's sleeping. A part of you, all of this shit is you. The government is you. You are the government. So this shit will forever be here. You're gonna leave and come back and and find this shit here. Like if the Egyptian will come back, or the so-called people that was in bondage in Egypt, if they supposedly come back, they will,
Aliens.
No, I'm saying
People
the
think
people.
aliens built those Giza pyramids and all that. I don't even think those things are old. Those Giza pyramids. I think they're a bunch of stones and piles. That's
But
all
it's
I
the
think.
same. It's the same thing too. You know, like after a certain time, we're going to think that alien built this
Sorry
building.
about
You know,
that.
this building is so big, so huge and tall. We're going to think that if they hide, if they take away all the tools that that were used to build this building, or if all the tools is hidden in plain sight, if you think that the tools were some type of animals. Or or you wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? So you wouldn't think that the animals was domesticated, and you think the animal went extinct. So you would love to believe that we built this building, alien built this building, right? You would think that regular human being wouldn't be able to build this building because of the tools, right? That's kind of why how I'm looking at it with the pyramids and all this shit is like we created these dinosaurs and shit like that, you know to build this shit, but because we say dinosaurs was some type of animal that went extinct, so now you can't really picture how you will build that shit, because ain't no regular human being would be able to lift up this big ass brick, you know but if you had dinosaurs, like a tractor, right? Then you'll be able to lift up these things, right? So I'm just I'm just saying, it's basically is what you believe, is what you think, the reality is, that's what it turned out to be for you. Some people can't picture nothing. So they just like, man, I just don't know.
Damn. I had this picture knock. I screenshotted it. It was from a YouTube video. This guy was he had one of these like little flying things, and he flew right over the top of the pyramid. You could pause the video, and I screenshotted it. They look like just dusty old rocks piled up. That's it. And I screenshot. I can't find it, but I gotta look for it. I know it's somewhere. I hope I didn't erase it, but man. And I screenshot it and said people are gonna love to see this. Yeah, it don't look like no special anything. It looks like they just stacked a bunch of fucking rocks up.
Well, if speculation is allowed, I don't know. Maybe I want to take a wild speculation and say, well, these pyramids, I don't know. Maybe at the time there was some evil motherfuckers running around trying to destroy the world. Maybe all the people rose up and got rid of these motherfuckers and buried them out in the middle of a fucking desert somewhere and piled up all these fucking rocks on top of these motherfuckers as a reminder of fucking if you do something this egregious against the world, we're gonna bury your ass and cover you over so that you're fucking forever
Yeah,
memorialized.
that's
You know what I
slavery.
mean?
That's slavery. That's what slavery was. If you think you could escape this shit, that everybody agree on, you think you're gonna run away from it, or you thinking about freeing somebody else from it, we're gonna bury you alive, and let uh insects eat you alive, right? We're gonna pour honey on your head, you're gonna get hanged, you're gonna, get tied to two different horses, right? And have them go in different directions and shit like that. That's slavery. Yeah, I see Mazal put in the chat. He said, "Hope is dope. The things that
Yeah.
get you high."
Hopium, yep.
And that's crazy because that's true. People get their hope ups. You know what I'm saying? You get your hopes up so high. Where you
Is
you you feel let down. You feel like damn, like you come down from the high.
this is the woman that I got in the photo or the painting of Jesus crucifixion? She's in the crowd selling these T-shirts. Yo, So all that rest in peace on T-shirts, she started that movement. Yeah, true story.
Well, before you said the T-shirt thing, and Naga was talking about the hope is dope, it immediately drew me back to the '80s in my school age childhood with the Nancy Reagan "Just Say No to Drugs," and I was just thinking, I wish in 2020 I would have had some of those old T-shirts, those "Just Say No" T-shirts. That would have been a perfect fashion wear for 2020. Just say no. We went from just say no to just say yes, and you know what I mean. It's like upside down world, bro. That's really that explains everything, man. It's all inverted.
Yeah, that's why you gotta live in reverse. You can't flip the world upside down. You can only flip yourself upside down. You know, like the monkeys do. You know, when they hang on the tree, like you know how the monkeys hang on the tree upside down. It's right in your face. They're letting you know that you gotta be able to flip. Yeah, you're gonna be that lame person. You're gonna be that person that everybody picked on. You know that person that everybody uh uh picked on, that lame person. You know, but at the end of the day, you're the only one. That's seeing this shit. You're the only one that able to put it all together, because the world is in reverse, you know or the world is upside down. So in order to be straight up, to be right up in the world, you have to flip yourself. Reverse psychology, you know that's the approach that you take. You hate that. I know you probably hate when somebody use reverse psychology on you, and you be called that shit out. You be calling it out. You're like, man, this is reverse psychology. Why you know what I'm saying? Why you doing that to me? That's how the world feel. you know that's how the world will feel if you start using reverse psychology. The world, they will call you out. Like, they will point you out, like, hold on, but you're doing something that's not in the norms, that's not supposed to be done.
Well, it's like they say, like, be the change you want to see in the world, right?
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean if we're not to be reacting the way that we are, which is we're having to be upside down to walk upright in this
That's what it
inverted
is.
world. Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what you gotta do. you know you gotta learn how to to be, you gotta learn how to walk upright, and knowing that people are gonna call you, upside down. People are gonna think that you're upside down. But in your head, when it, with your understanding, you know that you're walking upright, because it's not you that's upside down, it's the world that's upside down. So by you flipping yourself, upside down, is actually upright. So it's a personal thing. It's your personal journey. It's what you choose, to do. You're gonna know that all eyes is against you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna know that the world is against you, and know that you're not from the world. That you're in the world, but you're not from the world. You know. But yeah, that's what happened, man. That's what you gotta do. And you're gonna realize you're the only one. You're the only one that's walking upright, and everybody else, is uh following the ways of the world.
This is a wall they don't even talk about. This wall. This isn't the China wall. These pictures. This wall makes people look like ants when they're walking by.
That's an art.
That's the tower on the Tartar wall.
That's an art, man. That ain't no. I ain't. It's not real. It's art. It's like painting on the wall. It's like painting on the wall, man. And isn't it look like a step pyramid? Doesn't it? No, all these building in China, got that step pyramid shape like, you know what I'm saying? The step pyramid forms.
South America has those step pyramids too.
Yeah.
A pyramid, a pitched roof.
It's a pair of medium. A pyramid is a pair of medium, like a pair of tennis shoes, a pair of dice. That's a pyramid. It's a pair, you know. A pyramid just appear out of nowhere. A lot of times disappear and it just appear. That's what a pyramid is. A pyramid just appear out of the water, which is earth, ascended, from the water.
Look at this shit. It's got the sun and the moon going around the mountain. I forgot where I found this picture.
Whoever
Or
created
who.
that.
Yeah, I don't know who created it. It looks like a chest. Like one of them, you put stuff in the chest, them old school ones you put at the end of your bed and shit.
Whoever created that knew exactly what Earth was and how they wanted people to see the Earth, and wanted
Yeah.
people to stay, in the box they created, in the cube that they created.
Saturn's cube.
That's what it is, man. Whoever did that knew exactly what Earth was and how they wanted people to see or view Earth. What type of view that they wanted people to have on Earth. And very little people have their own view. We looking through somebody else's senses, right? Where imagine we're literally in somebody else's mind, or somebody else is in your mind, right? You call it, like I'm hearing voices in my head. It's because, yeah, you're hearing, the person voice the person head that you're in. You're hearing the voice. You're hearing the command. You're taking command, just like the body. Just like the body take command from them, you're taking command from, the same being. So we are inside somebody else's mind. We're not. This is what we mean when we say we're not in our right mind. So you're literally being possessed, or you're in somebody else's possession. You're not in your right mind. It's kidnapping.
Or you could be in your left mind.
It's kidnapping. They got you. They got you to to take a nap when you was a kid, from eating from the elementary, eating the apple from the elementary. You know they got you to. They convinced you to take a nap when you was a kid. It's kidnapping.
That reminds me of Cinderella. Took a nap, right?
Snow White, huh?
Cinderella or Snow White? Snow White.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Alice slept under the tree. And then she wake up and it was the Hatter, the Mad Hatter. I like the Mad Hatter. He holds the clock and the time, just like fucking Saturn or Kronos. Mad Hatter. And he wears a top hat.
Shout out to Engine the Chewer in the chat. Great light, my good brother.
wears a top hat like what's that African deity, man?
Yeah, man.
Fuck, I can't think of his name.
Your true self is sleeping right now. Your true self is taking a nap. You feel me? It's taking a nap. That's what's going on right now. Kidnapping. You're not in your right mind. Oh, somebody said you're probably in your left mind. Well, I mean to say you're not in your true mind. You're not in your true mind. You're
What's it?
not being you're not being
I
true
gotta
to
jump
yourself.
off in a minute, but what's the difference between the brain and the mind?
The brain is the physical. The brain is the physical. The mind is the that nebulous consciousness that they still have no fucking clue about, according to the textbooks anyway. I got a big ass textbook here about it was my neuropsychology class, but it's all about the physical workings of the brain. But on page 1 of the textbook, they tell you straight up that everything in the book is about the physical workings of the brain, but the nature of consciousness they still have no clue about.
I'm looking at the brain as the throne, and the mind is the
That's what
one
they
that,
can't create.
and the wine and the mind. The mind is the one that sits on the throne, and the brain is the throne, which is, the brain is be rain, and the mind. I mean, and the mind is the one that causes it to rain, right?
I think they can't create like consciousness that's created when you create a biological being. They can create a false consciousness, which is the programmable robotic one. But I think they wanted to be able to create like, you know what I mean, that spark.
Well, just for clarity, because I'm confused on the two. When they say one side of your brain is like the creative side and the other side is the logical side, which one is the right side? Is that the logical or is that the creative side?
Who knows? I look at the brain as one piece.
Well, yeah,
They were
that's what
trying
I'm
to teach
getting
me that
at.
in school, the
Because if you
left
want to talk
brain and
about
the
what the
right
true
brain. I'm
mind
like, but the
is,
brain's one piece.
it's not though, because some people aren't connected to both sides. That's like that whole split brain.
They do that in politics. Left
I
brain
mean,
and
if you're
right
all
brain.
logical and you have none of your creative side, none of your touchy-feely side mixed in with that, you're not in balance. In the same way that, like, we could look at these crazy leftists, they're all in their fucking ideological mind. They have
Yeah, they're in chaos.
they're not in touch with their logical side. Well, everybody's in chaos if you're not rectifying the two. And it's like that painting of I think Michelangelo or whoever did it, where it's like the finger of God reaching out and touching what is that, Adam's finger or whatever, or man's finger.
Yeah, they put a
Well,
robot there.
is that
You
not the
seen that
pineal
one?
gland?
The tip of the finger. I don't know. Then remember
I mean,
ET?
what's at the center of the brain?
What was with the tip of the finger? Remember ETs would light up when you would touch it? And then in that Michelangelo painting, he's touching his finger and shit. He's trying to, what's with the, hold on. Go ahead, in the groove, my bad.
That's what we're looking at, man. We're looking at Michael's Angelo paintings, and we're thinking that this shit is real. It's all paint. It's all art, man, of the official, which is
Yeah,
AI.
but the art, it's a metaphor and a symbolism for something, correct?
Of the art is from the official, which is AI.
Well, if you're a creative person and you create something, I mean, you could sit there and you could take credit for it and say, "Hey, you know, I'm just such a fucking technical genius that I made this thing, right? This thing that apparently inspired." Like, what is inspiration at that point? Is there not some metaphysical?
It's recreation. It's recreation. It's not create. It's not creation. We can't create nothing. You know, everything is already created. Everything is, you know, uh, is what
Well,
it
then
is.
what good does it do for us to focus on our fucking self if we talk about all this fucking horse shit about, oh, we create our own reality? You just gotta think. That's why I have a problem with this manifestation shit. Like everybody lives in this fucking dream
You
world.
do.
Well, okay, well
When you
then we're
peace
not. Then there
orphanage.
ought to be cognitive dissonance here
Oh
because this
no,
shit
I was
don't.
gonna be sarcastic with it, but go ahead. I was just
Oh,
gonna fuck
okay.
around.
Yeah,
I was gonna
that's the
say I
thing, right?
farted. That wasn't already existing. You know, I just created that. So that was a joke anyway.
We ain't create. We ain't creating that shit. Nothing. We're creating shit. You know, we going around recreation. Doing recreation. That's all we're doing. You know, like we're thinking that we create life. You know, by making a
We
baby.
create.
No,
Are we not creating this moment right now?
this moment right now.
Yeah, this moment right fucking now, bro. Right now.
No, we're not.
Is this not
We
us?
we recreating this moment. This moment already created. It's already happened. That's why you have deja vu. And it
I'm not having deja vu.
you're not having deja vu. You
Not
This
right
the
don't.
now,
painting
no.
right here that you're talking about, and
Right, because they talk about this thing on the right, the God figure, right? Is that not in the shape of a brain?
I think what this means is we have whatever these people are in this group. He's giving, you know, the human race a spark of whatever genetics they are. But because I think the gods are a different genetic, man. They're just like the true. I'll call them gods. Like the taller people are a different genetic. I think we could be smaller versions. That's just my opinion, and we were created to serve at some point. We could be. Think about that. Just the true reality would hurt so bad if we were created in a lab to be slaves. That's a possibility, man. But anyway,
No, we were created to be, which makes us beings. Not to be, not. We weren't created to be being slaves. We were created to be, right?
Yeah, if I was to create a slave in the lab, the last thing I would do is tell the slaves they have free will. Or I wouldn't give slaves certain problematic emotions that are counter narrative to a slave mentality. So how do we explain that part if we're all just created to be fucking slaves?
Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, I think you were created to be. You know, when God created everything, He said, "Let there be this, let there be that." You know, and everything was. You know, It didn't say, let there be. You know, slave. No, let there be
Right?
life.
But look how many people repeat and cling to that narrative that we were all created as a slave race by the aliens and all this kind of wacky shit. I mean, just that's some wacky shit, bro. If we really start breaking this shit down, it don't fucking hold up to logic or fucking idealism.
That's the thing. That's what we keep doing. That's how you able to recreating this shit because you break it down. You broke this shit before. I'm telling you, you broke it before and recreating it. You tore it down. We're constantly doing that. We breaking through life. You breaking through reality, like like you broke through coming here as a baby, right? You broke through your mother's waters, right?
Right.
From the womb, you broke through the water and made it here. That's what we're doing right now. Again, we're breaking through. I don't know, but I'm saying it. I'm saying it is recreation, man. It's recreation. It's already happened. This is why you'll be able to see it. You know, you'll be able to see it from the time of inception, to deception. From inception to deception, you can see it. This is the alpha and omega. You see how you know you are that. That's what you are.
I mean, I think if we sat people down and we really forced them to explain what this life thing, existence, what it's all about for you as an individual, if you had to do that without using already existing ideas, borrowed ideas, shit from history, if we really had to come up with a fucking answer for that question, what would the answer be if we can't point to all this shit that's already been done before?
There is
Like
no
a
answer to what life is because life is lifing. Life is living to eternity, through eternity. So it would take you an eternity to explain what life is, and man, we just, you know, on the surface of it because we go back and we create in the same moment, you know, that were created before. We don't, you know, we're not going with life. At some point we let go of life. This is what made us become ghosts. To to go or let go is to be ghosts. Is to be a ghost. So we think that we have to go somewhere, which is becoming a ghost. The
well,
Ghostbusters.
when we die, we will become the ghosts, correct?
Right. That's let go of life. That's
Okay, so
letting go
what?
of life.
Why live? Why are we alive at all?
You say
We're just
why?
alive to be a ghost.
No.
And
You are alive because you won. Because you catch up with to life. You made it to life. So because you are one with life, therefore you're alive.
but for a short time, yes.
Well, yeah, until you separate yourself from life.
So again, then we get back to the okay. Well, what is the purpose of life then?
The purpose of life is to be like is to live in. That's the purpose of it. But at some point you don't want to live no more. Right? As like for the same reason, like the point for you to leave where you live at in the state, right? The reason why you reside in the state that you are is because it's to live, right? But at some point you might not want to live in that state no more. You might want to go to a different state, and you're gonna start looking. You're gonna be like, okay, I don't want to leave here. I don't want to be here no more. So let me start looking at what's the next state. It's the same thing you're doing with your mind. You're trying to find the next state of mind. At some point, you don't want it to be physical no more. At some point, you don't want your next state of mind, right? You don't want your state of mind to be physical no more. So you start seeking, right? You start seeking, what state of mind you want to be in, which is the ghost. You're wondering about, being a ghost. How about you wondering about not having a body? Because you can't only have a physical body here on Earth, the Earth body. So when you seek to not have a body, you're seeking to becoming a ghost. You don't know what you're asking for, but you will get it. So people suppose, the again, the purpose of being alive, is to have a body, is to live, right? Is to be alive, or to living with life, to be one with life. That's the only thing sacred in the whole universe. everything in the universe is seeking to be alive. The only thing sacred in the universe is life.
Okay, I'll go with you this far, right? Okay, we'll agree right on that point. So if that is the purpose of life, it's sacred, and we're here in the physical right now, and we're in a situation where, to put it kind of simply, we seem to be living amongst people who are in some kind of death cult. They promote death, right? What what is the proper reaction to that if life is sacred? What is the responsibility of the living?
That's you. You're promoting that death cult, because you're the only one that could see it or hear it. You're the only one that could see it or hear it. You're talking to yourself because you do. People hear what they want to hear and see what they want to see.
I don't want to see a fucking death cult, bro.
You say you don't want to see it,
No,
but you do. That's why you're seeing it. You could see something else.
it conflicts with my fucking spirit, bro.
You
Or
could
if I want
see
to keep it
something.
physical, it's a threat to life.
You could see something else, but you're fighting yourself to not see that other thing. Cause
Okay,
you
so
go ahead.
so I should just accept the death cult as proper, and my place in it is to just either not speak on it because then I would be promoting it. I have to ignore it away in a
Yes,
sense.
you have to dissect it.
Okay, so when they
You have
come
to
knock on my
dissect
fucking
it.
door, then what?
Say that again.
Blaze them. Boom, 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 boom.
If it
You know
come
what
to
I mean?
your doorstep, you will reject it just like it come to your mind, just like it came to your dome, and you reject it. People never call you on the phone, and they ask you for something or they tell you something, you're like no, and they show up to your house, and you still tell them no, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's the same thing
I'm
with
glad
death.
you said that because it fits this video. It's a 12-second video. This is what you do if they come to your door. This is a lesson.
Police, open up! What do you want? We just want to talk. You have a warrant? No, but just come outside. We want to talk with you. I don't want to talk. How many of you are there? There's 2 of us, sir. Go then, talk to each other.
Yeah, I seen that video. That's a good one.
That
Yeah,
reminds me of
man.
that
Yeah.
reminds me of another joke where they talk about like working for somebody, and he talked about the boss tells him to look busy. He says, pretend that you're working. He was like, well, why don't you just pretend that I'm working? But again, it goes back to the same point. Like, at what point, like, we can be individualized. That's all good and fine and dandy. But we're at a point now where everything has been infringed on. And we have a group of fucking people out here, whether they be our neighbors or these motherfuckers actually
That's what I'm
setting this shit in
saying.
motion.
I agree with you on that, bro. It don't matter if they're police, firemen, your neighbors. We all have the same issue, and that's what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot where I was gonna land with that.
I
My
don't know
bad,
if you
bro.
were
That's
still
my
on the.
fault for interrupting you.
That's all good.
I don't know if you were still in the topic of death showing up to your doorstep. I don't know.
Well, I have had some a couple knocks on the door over here in the past few years, and you know, so I've seen this outside world shit creeping in. You know what I mean? And I'm fucking way isolated out here. I'm on my own 3 acres. I'm on a private road. These motherfuckers come down a private road to try to, infringe their fucking reality on the mine. And it don't matter what kind of world I'm living in by myself. I'm still having to deal. Well, we all more and more having to deal more and more with these other people's lack of boundaries. Like I'm supposed to have boundaries about my attention span, my actions, my future plans. I have to make all this shit from an individual, isolated standpoint, is what I'm hearing from people. But where's the fucking line when that shit gets crossed, when my boundaries get crossed? Who's checking the other fucking side here?
In
Is anybody telling
Constitution,
these other motherfuckers they
it
need to go
says
with
foreign
me?
or domestic. You know, we should be able to handle our business. It don't matter if they're government or not. It says it in the Constitution, but like Group's saying, if you do, they're just gonna
we the only one that's crossing the line because we coming into the world knowing that we're not from the world. So we are the one that's crossing the line, right? That's what it is, and we
But they
have to
came into the world the same way,
fuck
bro.
that. I'm
They came into the world
not
the
cutting
same
them
way.
no slack. That's besides the point.
That's
Just
why I
my
like to say it.
opinion.
Like
If I
Donald
steal
Trump takes his
I'm
shit
just
a
on
putting
a
pack
it.
of
gold
gum,
toilet.
I'm just putting the power in your hand instead of thinking that you have no control over the power. I'm just putting it in your hand and let you know that you're the one that's crossing the line. Nobody is crossing your line or crossing the line for you, but you're the one that is doing it. And when you cross the line, you have the the power to accept, you know, a certain thing or to reject certain thing, right? And it's up to you either way. And even when you think things are show up to your front door, right? Things are following you, right? They're following you because you show them how to cross the line. And when you show them how to cross the line, this is why you cross the line in the first place. To go in the world is to show them how to be alive, right? And when because you crossing the line, the line to meet, the dead, right? And showing them how to be alive, how to be bringing them, you raising the dead, basically, right? And by raising the dead gonna follow you to your doorstep, and you still gonna have to show them how to be alive, right? Just like they're gonna challenge you, to be dead like them. When you cross the line, it's the same thing when they follow you to your doorstep. They're still going to challenge you, but it's up to you to remain, truthful to yourself. Some people will say faithful, but it's up to you to remain, truthful to yourself and understand that you're going to reject them, whatever it is, just like you're going to reject them in the world. You're still going to reject them at your doorstep. And it's up to them to, to reject you or to accept you. See? It's up to the dead to accept you. It's the same thing for the one alive, those alive. It's up to us to
yeah, it's up
accept
to
them.
us to start
in
holding
a
them
sense,
accountable. Fuck that shit.
in that interaction, you are in a sense you're checking those motherfuckers, right? That's what I'm hearing you say.
They need to get a Timberland boot up their ass.
If the dead come to me, and I reflect back to them life, like you say, like crossing the line, showing them how to cross the line, I'm checking these motherfuckers. But it's
That's
still up
what
to
you're
them
doing.
whether or not they accept that.
That's what you're doing. When you cross the line and when you think they cross the line to come to your doorstep, that's what you're doing. You're checking
Right.
them.
Okay. We all need to fucking then check them.
Yeah, and not get checked.
Yeah.
But you're the only one
Well,
that
what's
knows.
everybody else waiting on, bro?
You're the
Why
only
we
one
so
that
few? Why is it so
listen.
few of us?
You're the only one that know that. You're the only one that know it's a few of us. Or you're the only one that know you're the only one doing it.
See, we keep blurring the lines here, bro. Like I understand perception. Like, yo, yeah, I could perceive the world. I got all that, bro. Like, well, the way you view the world, you shape the world. We back in that territory again. But that's not how that shit plays out in the material, bro. If we just in the spiritual like that, there's no fucking point to this material shit at all.
No, it is. There is a point. You are the point. You're not seeing it. You're not seeing how
Well, that's
the
why I
spirit.
said earlier, bro. You talked about everything being a recreation, like it's all
That's
preordained, and we
crazy.
just playing out a script. And when I bring up the point, now is what's happening.
No,
right now.
the no. Right now, the truth is the truth. The right now is the truth and always is the truth. But the thing that you think that in the past and the future is all recreation. It's all created from the now. Like you're doing it right now. You're creating, you're recreating the same thing that you're going to run towards or think is the future or the past. You're doing it right now. The truth is always now. Even when you get to the future, it's still now. This is why it's always now. You choose to look at it from the future aspect of from the past.
No, I'm looking at it from the now. I don't worry about the past. I could give a fuck about the past
In
as
the
far as
future,
anything before my life
They have
experience.
most people stuck in the past.
you
Yeah.
have to yeah, don't give a fuck about the past or the future because it's all one and the same. It's all
Yeah,
about now. It's all about the now. And you can't
right.
recreate the same shit that you know what I'm saying again that you think the
Well,
past is the
okay.
same shit or you think the future is.
Damn.
Well, if I want to eat food in the future, I have to make a decision now to put a seed in the ground. If I don't, then this future that I'm imagining doesn't happen. If I do put a seed in the ground, then I can create or
No,
manifest something in the future based on what
no,
I'm doing right now.
no, the future is not there. The future is not there. There's nothing in the future. It's all now. That's what I
So if I
say.
put
Even
if I put a seed in the ground, there's no future outcome for that.
what you mean there is no outcome?
Like if I put a seed in the ground, is a plant not over time in the future not going to
No,
sprout and create
no.
fruit?
The future is an illusion. That's going to take you away from your mind.
Yeah, it's a fucking illusion because it's not here yet.
No, the future is. That's what I'm saying. Is even when you get to the future, what you call it?
Yeah, so now
That's what I'm
I'm living
saying.
in a
So you
house
should
right
be
now
able
that I
to.
made a decision 4 years ago to create. If I would have decided to do anything else, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I could have just as easily made a fucking decision to move somewhere else, to blow my fucking money on something else, and I would not be in this current reality that I'm experiencing personally. I made a fucking decision back then, in the now of then, look into the future. I had a vision of the future, of what I was doing now, what it was going to look like in the future. And
And
here
you're
I
doing
am
it again.
now looking at what I envisioned back then.
And you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Yeah, because what I do today is going to affect tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. That's recreation.
Like
Cause you
Chuck
just
says, to
said.
be prepared for this eventuality, like this future that they're fucking selling us, we have to react in a way to prepare ourselves based on their fucking idea of the future, not mine. But now my fucking reality has to be shifted to accommodate somebody else's fucked up ideas because they crossed, for lack of a better word, boundaries.
No, it's
They
you.
like to
It's
use
your fuck.
fear too to get people to
Listen,
spend money. I
is
gotta jump
one.
off of here in 5 minutes.
All
Listen,
right, go ahead, Marty. You got the floor, bro.
is one fucked up uh idea or perspective. Cause one, you fucked up when you leave the now and create an illusion for you to go to. You fucked up. You should have never leave the now and create an illusion to go to. You should have always stay in the now. And once you get to the illusion and realize that it's an illusion, right? And you do the same thing. You create another illusion to go to. You keep staying away from the now. That's what it is. That's where you fucked up at. Once it's fucked up by staying away from the now. You have to always be in the now. Once you could look at everything, once you could look at things from the now perspective, right? You realize that the future and the past is an illusion. There's nothing there in the future. Everything is right here in front of you.
So if I fuck my girl and I leave my dick in, bro, and I come inside of her, and a baby comes out in 9 months, how do we rectify that then in this experience? Was that
Yeah, the
not a
baby
cause effect? Is that
that
not
don't
putting a seed in the ground, bro?
That's
no
like
the baby.
uploading a program when you do that. You're
Listen,
uploading a program into the womb.
that's the thing. We think that we have the baby, by putting our dick in. No, whenever two or one come together, the God is here, is in between, which is the baby. By the time you meet, you come back with your Adam, with your body, right, with your wife, the baby is already there. So soon as you come home, soon as you come to the now and realize and see the truth for what it is, you will see that the baby was always there. The baby was already there in the now.
Unless it
Because
gets aborted. You know what I mean?
say that again.
Unless it gets aborted, which is
No,
a
there is
physical
no.
action.
Is that's nothing. That's the thing. That's not even a thing. When you're looking at
See,
in the now.
that's just bypassing to me, though, bro. That's like living a life without consequence. So consequence doesn't exist. Like if I get drunk and I go drunk drive and I get in a wreck and I kill somebody. That's
That
just explaining all that away, saying, well, that was already set to happen anyway.
no, I'm just saying that's an illusion. You would not surely die. That person never really died. When you
Yeah, I
consider
don't,
truth,
that gets a little too woo for me, bro. I got to stay grounded a little bit. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know it's a
Like
little.
I've heard all that and shit, but that causes me dissonance because I rectify that against everything else, and it doesn't really add up, bro.
That's the thing. That's when people think they died, but in fact they're just a ghost. A ghost is not dead, right? A ghost is just somebody that changed color.
Was it alive?
Yes, it not
Okay,
alive
then
in the
what's the
sense that
spirit?
you think alive is, but is conscious, is aware.
So this physical plane then is just to have bodies, and we should just be fucking like hedonistic, and it should be all about physical pleasures and sensations, right?
That's what that's what this like the earth plane is. It's physical.
Yeah, a physical world without consequence.
That's listen though. Consequences is just an illusion.
This whole place is a fucking. You're born into this world with a reality waiting for you, where there's already history, there's already future. Everything's planned out as soon as you get here by a system.
No, I'm
Shit's
saying
mind
that
blowing.
all
How would
that shit
life
is
be without a system and only your parents raised you? They didn't have to work and do all that. Life would be way better. But instead, the parents don't raise their children. The system does.
yeah, but I'm saying, man, the earth is physical. And anything outside of the physical world is an illusion. You know, is an illusion.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is in your mind.
Yeah, you could say that. Well, if it's in your mind, then we're already not talking about physical. Then we're already fucking that whole theory up.
Yeah,
If we're living from the mind, then that you know, because that's a spiritual aspect. That's something we can't see.
right. And that's what you go to. That's the path that people follow. People seek to be, to live or be one with the mind, not knowing that they were already one with the mind and the physical.
Yeah, it all sounds good, bro. I get it, but it don't. This theory of everything, it's not. I don't think anybody's got it yet. No, I don't. And we may never get it. Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're not really supposed to get it. But I'm hearing all these fucking theories everybody's got. You know, there's theories about,
A lot of
from
stuff.
every fucking angle, but
That's what I'm saying. Maybe life is what you perceive it, man. That's what it's meant to be. And
This is what
in the
people. This
long
is
run, you got a system telling you how it should be, when in reality, it's your perception, man. It's your journey.
That's what I say. It's the only. That's what I say. You're the only one that's seeing it. You're the only one that's seeing it. That's hearing it. It's yours. It's your perspective, your perception, your conception. You're the only one that's conceiving this thought right now. You're the only one.
But yeah, I gotta jump off of here. I gotta go do some stuff. It sucks, but I
Yeah,
appreciate
much love, respect.
today,
the thing to leave it at right there. Like,
I'm just
think
now waking
about
up.
that. Maybe I'll go live later. But I've done that before, and then I'll go live, and not many people would show up. But I know Naga might go live later too. I gotta go to Naga's live one day soon.
Hey man, shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you, shout out to In the Grove, shout out to everybody in the chat, Engine, the True Fools and Tools, Mine's Eye, everybody, man. Great bill, amazing bill, Orphan Nanny. Amazing bill, man. You know what I'm saying? Until next time, man. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming up in the groove, and Naga, and Kimba, and Lucid, JG, and peace to the whole entire chat. Thanks for coming through, and I'll check you out later. Peace to the gods and goddesses. I'm out.